Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending. We'll convene the National EMS Advisory Council meeting at this time, 9 a.m. The first item on the agenda I'd like to do is introduce the current acting administrator of NHTSA, Mr. James Owens. He's also the former deputy chief counsel for the Secretary's office. Mr. Owens?
Thank you very much. Good, it's working. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm really pleased to be here. It's such a great committee, and I'm very honored to have a chance to talk to you. And I know that the department appreciates the opportunity to convene like this and have these discussions. I think you guys are on the front lines. What you do is extremely important, and we're here to support you as best as we can. So this is actually my second meeting. I believe I addressed you guys very shortly after I took on this job. So at that time, I was drinking from the fire hose, and I'm happy to report that I'm still drinking from a fire hose. NHTSA is a small but mighty agency. It's unbelievable the range of work the agency does, and the number of dedicated men and women who are experts in their fields who come to work every day with safety first and foremost in their mind. And so it's a real pleasure to be able to work. It's a real honor to be able to work with John and his whole team and the entire agency. So I also want to thank you for your continued efforts to identify EMS and 911 issues to address at the national level. Your combined efforts improve the treatment of not only injured motor vehicle crash victims, but millions of citizens in need of emergency care across the United States and our territories. One thing I like to say and repeat to anybody who will listen to me is that EMS is a critical part of our national infrastructure. If you don't have EMS, you don't have a highway system. A highway system, you need the ability to get people to emergency care when crashes occur. I also say I have a little inside track on this too. I think I might have mentioned it a bit last time when I was here, but my sister-in-law is now qualified as an EMT and is volunteering for one of the local fire departments in Northern Virginia. So I get to hear firsthand her experiences, how it's going, and of course, it also brings home to me the care and concern that all the men and women who perform those services, what they do, they're true American heroes, and we really appreciate the efforts that everyone does. I also want to appreciate here and note the leadership of Secretary Elaine Chao. Under Secretary Chao, safety is the #1 priority of the Department of Transportation, and that is certainly true for NHTSA as well. Under her leadership, we are doing everything we can to advance safety across the country so that Americans can work, live, drive safely. They can leave their homes, and they can get home safe and sound at the end of their day. And I also have a pretty exciting announcement for those of you who were at TRB yesterday. You may have heard about it, but I'll note it in a second. But first, I'd like to address a couple of housekeeping items for the council. So I understand it's time again to update the NEMSAC charter, which requires the Secretary's signature. We're starting that update right now, and that has, of course, my full support. I will help move this through the approval process, and I know how important it is to this organization. We're also beginning the process for accepting nominations for members to the council. The Secretary must approve these nominations, and clearing them will be a priority for NHTSA's Office of EMS. So please get your applications in, and we'll be looking to review and process those as quickly as we can. So now I'll note something of interest. I hope that'll be of interest to everyone here. So one thing that the department has focused on very recently is the risk that our first responders take on in doing their jobs. First responders are, as you all know, are out there in the field, putting their lives on the line to protect and save the rest of us. When an icy road is shut down to traffic, it's first responders who are out there ensuring the public doesn't travel on those roads. When there's a crash, it's first responders who are doing their best to arrive on the scene as quickly as possible and then get those victims the care they need and to the hospital as quickly as possible. Not surprisingly, that means first responders expose themselves to a lot of risk. There are roughly 700,000 emergency response vehicles in the United States. That's police, fire, and ambulance, all told. Last year, or 2018, we estimate there were about 46,000 crashes involving emergency response vehicles. If you think about that, if I do the math, it's about 6% or more of ERVs are involved in a crash. Those crashes involve 17,000 injuries and nearly 150 fatalities. That is an unacceptable level of risk that we're putting our first responders in, and we need to do what we can to help. Emergency response crashes also have a disproportionately large impact on rural communities that have very limited EMS resources. When one first responder crash in a small rural community can have a huge negative impact on already overtaxed service delivery systems. So what we are now focused on is what can we do to help? What can we do to bring those numbers down and protect the men and women who protect us? So, well, we have a technology that we think can really help. It's a technology called V2X communications technology. It's a technology that is installed in a vehicle and can speak to other vehicles directly or to infrastructure that's been equipped with the devices. And through that, you have Superman powers. You can see around a corner. You can see far away. You can know if you're coming into an intersection that somebody else is speeding into the intersection, and you can take action ahead of time and avoid a crash. It's a potentially life-saving technology. On the infrastructure side, the benefits are immense. Phase signal and timing is something that would be very easy to do with V2X technology. So when our first responders have to come through town, they can make sure all the lights go green for them and red at the cross streets to help encourage people not to drive into the intersections. Right now, we rely on two technologies to protect our first responders during an emergency: lights and sirens. This will be a third barrier, a third shield, a third wave of technology, and with much broader reach. When you talk to folks in private industry about what this technology can do, you hear stories about, well, you could actually, if an ambulance is going to the hospital and that route is known and it tells the infrastructure where it's going, then everybody along that route who has this technology can know that an ambulance is going to come by you in 2 minutes. Please pull over to the right to let them through. So yesterday at TRB, Secretary Chow announced that we are going to, in the coming weeks, we're going to be issuing a notice of funding opportunity. We're announcing a $38 million pilot program. This is a pilot program to improve safety for first responders. This is a multimodal effort between NHTSA and federal highways. There will be money for equipping infrastructure, and there will be money for equipping emergency response vehicles with this technology. $38 million, we believe, will allow us to do about 5 or 6 projects. And what we're hoping for are projects when the applications start coming in, we're hoping that these are projects where we can get over the top. We can make a real difference to different communities because we want to demonstrate the safety benefits of this technology. And by the by, if the infrastructure is equipped with this technology, then you and I in our daily lives, we can start buying vehicles, our passenger vehicles, with this technology. The OEMs are interested in equipping their vehicles with this technology. So when you or I buy a new car and drive off the sales lot, you can start talking to the infrastructure right away. And as more and more people across the country are equipped with, more and more vehicles are equipped with the V2V, vehicle-to-vehicle communications, we will then also start having those additional benefits because we'll be able to see around corners, we'll be able to see other vehicles coming our way, we'll be able to react accordingly. But again, some of the things I've heard from private industry on this point, possibilities. There are possibilities. This is private industry can come up. The techno wizards can come up with lots of different applications for this. Your vehicles, most vehicles are tracking the coefficient of friction of tires on the roads today. When you have traction control and the like. Well, if you can communicate that to the infrastructure, then your local traffic management center can know where an icy patch is on the road and dispatch salting equipment to a corner. Instead of salting 10 miles of road, maybe it's just a particular patch, or maybe it's where hydroplaning is occurring. Or if there's been a crash, notification could occur in seconds, not minutes. And the notification could include information about, was the airbag deployed? What did the vehicle roll over? A lot of this is already available through some of the telematics, like GM's OnStar system and the like. But this is something that would be free to the public when it's installed. This is using free airwaves. This is using what's called the 5.9 gigahertz safety band. In 1999, the Federal Communications Commission set aside 75 megahertz in the 5.9 gigahertz band for intelligent transportation services. And since then, we've been developing technologies to take advantage of this band. And this is a band that is free for all Americans. It's like a national park. And anyone can use it. You don't have to pay a subscription fee. And if you're equipped with the technology, you can talk to anybody else who's equipped with the technology. So we're very excited about this. We also think that this is something that could improve safety for vulnerable road users. So we all know that newer cars are safer cars, safer than ever. But and the crash worthiness of vehicles is great. And the number of occupants that when we look at our fatalities on the roads, the percentage of occupants who are killed is going down, and that's great news. But unfortunately, some of our numbers are going up. Pedestrians, bicyclists, people who are not protected by the envelope of the car. Well, this technology potentially also can help protect vulnerable road users. If you have a device that is equipped with this technology, then a driver who's coming down a dark road can see you far ahead and know that you're there. So there's a lot of opportunities here. We need demonstrations. We want to roll this stuff out. We know that some communities are already leaning in and have been equipping their towns with this technology. We want to grease the skids here. We want to prime the pump, and we want to really show America that these technologies can have a lot of benefits. And first and foremost, it's going to have benefits for improving the safety of our first responders. We will be announcing the NOFO soon. We're preparing that right now. So in the coming weeks, the notice of funding opportunity will go out. In the meantime, tomorrow, the department will be hosting a webinar for first responders. So this is a webinar that we actually had planned for last week, but then there was the big blizzard that hit DC, and so we all had to go home. So we're gonna do the webinar now tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We've sent out a lot of invitations. If you have not received an invitation, please let John know, and we'll add you to the list. We'll make sure you're there if you want to be there. This is a webinar to help educate the first response community about how this technology works and what the potential benefits are of this technology for safety, for improving safety for our first responders. So hopefully that's a way that we can, with the webinar, and of course we're always ready to field any questions that the community may have, as that's a way of educating folks so that folks can start developing their applications when the NOFO is issued. And we're hoping that this summer we'll be in a position to start issuing awards and letting this move forward. I will note, you may have heard in the press that the FCC is proposing to take away and repurpose some of the 75 megahertz safety band. There is a proposal that it hasn't been published in the Federal Register yet, but they voted on it back in December to take away 45 of the 75 megahertz and repurpose it for wireless, for Wi-Fi, so for internet purposes. We at the department think that is a mistake. We think that improving Wi-Fi, expanding bandwidth for Wi-Fi is a good idea, but not in the safety band, because the more bandwidth we have, the more functionality we'll have as well. So that's what we just have to remember is the more megahertz, more band equals more functions. And right now, no one knows what the limits of this technology are because it's still rolling out, and there's a lot of developers out there who are very keen to tell people about the different functionalities that they can achieve. Anyway, with that, I will wrap up and just thank you all again for your service, and thank John for his service. And if you have any questions about the pilot program or how this technology works, please don't be shy. Please reach out to us, and we'll answer them as best as you can.
Thank you, Administrator Owens. Any comments or questions from council members for the Administrator?
Have you done any technology dealing with animals crashing?
Well, I guess if we equip the deer with, with,
Two-time loser.
well, we could probably go out and start tagging deer with the devices. But for things like animals, I think we're probably going to be looking more at some of the crash avoidance technologies that the department has been working on. We have some test metrics that are out proposed test metrics that are out for comment right now for different crash avoidance technologies, including pedestrian automatic emergency braking. So there's automatic emergency braking, which works for vehicle to vehicle, which is very good at detecting a vehicle ahead of you and slowing you down or stopping before a crash happens. That technology, when applied to pedestrians, is hit or miss because some versions of that technology work better or worse when detecting pedestrians. Sometimes the clothing you wear can affect how it picks you up. So we have some pedestrian. I'll step back. 70% of the vehicles sold in the U.S. in the year ending August 30th had automatic emergency braking equipped. That's fantastic news. That's going to start driving down a lot of crashes. We have the test metrics we have out now for the public's review and comment will include daytime pedestrian automatic emergency braking. And then our research team right now is working on the next step, which is harder, nighttime pedestrian automatic emergency braking, because that presents its own challenges. But you know what? I'm optimistic. The tech is going to get there, and it's going to get there faster. It won't get there tomorrow, but it's going to get there faster than you think. 10 years from now, our vehicles are going to be equipped with so many great technologies. I'm really optimistic we're going to see a lot of benefits across the nation as people get into these new vehicles and crash rates start going down.
Thank you. Mr. Garrett?
Two questions. First, does it require the 5G in an area?
The answer is no. So the DSRC, there's a couple technologies that can work on this for this purpose. One is a cellular version, and one is what's called DSRC. It's a direct radio community. I've forgotten the acronym. So neither require 5G, neither work on 5G. Cellular right now, the CV to X, which is cellular V to X. X means everything. So V to V is vehicle, V to I is infrastructure, V to X means vehicle to everything. Cellular works on 4G right now, and when 5G rolls out, it'll work on 5G. But I want to stress, that's not going to a cellular tower somewhere and then bouncing back. It's a direct communication from your vehicle to another vehicle or to a traffic signal or some antenna on the side of the road. That's the infrastructure. So if you have a community where you don't have cell service, this technology will still work. It doesn't depend on a proprietary backbone of any kind to work. When we equip infrastructure, it will require some infrastructure development and deployment. But on the pure vehicle-to-vehicle side, it's just like a walkie-talkie. It's my vehicle talking directly to your vehicle.
And the second thing is, I know this is going to be the rollout on new vehicles, but like for emergency apparatus, a transport unit, I went to a ladder fire apparatus, the lifespan could be 3 to 10, 20 years. Is that technology that can be added to that vehicle?
Absolutely. That's what we've learned, is that this can be retrofitted. And in fact, that's what we're planning for this pilot program, is a retrofit of vehicles. We have some retrofit demonstration projects that are either ongoing or about to start. There's at least one project I'm aware of that they're looking to retrofit police cruisers. And I know of another project where they're looking to retrofit some of the snowplows with some of this vehicle. So these are things that, now if it's always cheaper and easier and better if you can build it into the vehicle when it comes off the assembly line. But this is something, as I'm given to understand, we're going to be able to install in as a retrofit into existing vehicles. So exactly to your point, we think we can get a rollout in the existing emergency response fleet more quickly than we will. It'll be harder for civilians to upgrade more likely because of expense. But emergency response vehicles is something I think we're going to be able to do much quicker.
Thank you, Administrator Owens, and thanks again for dropping by and giving us your time and some great information. We appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
For folks' awareness, while we're transitioning here, I just sent the link to register to the webinar to Sharon, and she'll be getting it out to the entire group. I have it here and I could go through it, but there are about 14 numbers at the end of it, and I know I'd transpose it if I verbalized it and you wrote it down. The one other follow-up comment I'll make, as we mentioned earlier, and Mr. Owens reinforced, the nominations for the positions on NEMSAC, the Federal Register announcement for that will also be going out in several weeks. So we'll make sure everybody's aware of that when it does occur.
Great. Thank you. Just two quick housekeeping items brought to our attention by NHTSA for committees in general. When you're making changes on your advisories, your draft advisories, your interim advisories, and you save your new document, please modify the title of the file to reflect the new version number. What's happening is we're making changes and we're saving them with the old title of the file, and it's erasing or saving over top of the old file, and we're losing track of where the changes are being made. So just be cognizant that you should change the title, change the version number, add a .1 to it or something like that, just so that we understand and NHTSA staff understands where we're at in the process. And the second is for committee chairs in particular, if questions or comments are made on the advisory, the draft advisories in electronic form, and there's maybe some discussion between individuals that are commenting on that, perhaps I issued a comment, perhaps another council member issued a comment. If the committee chairs could work to resolve that, what's happening is we'll have conflicting comments, and it gets to the NHTSA staff, and then they don't know which comment they're supposed to accept. So the committee chair should try to work to resolve, well, we'd prefer to have this comment and not that comment, or find some mutual acceptance. And if you run into a difficult situation where you're not sure, certainly reach out to myself or Vice Chair Montera or Dr. Kramer to try to resolve that issue, just so, again, NHTSA staff will know how to modify the documents so that we can move forward and have clean versions when we act on them. Any other comments?
No, that's great, thanks.
Okay.
I mean, the version issue may be as simple as V1 for the initial draft, and each subsequent time just go V2, V3, V4. That would be helpful.
Thank you. We'll move on with the agenda. The next item is a presentation on community response to drug overdose, or CREDO, and this is by Dr. Dwayne Caneva, the Chief Medical Officer of the Department of Homeland Security. There you are. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time and for this opportunity of sharing with you one of the projects that we are supporting at the Department of Homeland Security. I'm going to go over just 30 seconds on DHS. 240,000 employees, largely focused on law enforcement in all 50 states, all territories within the United States. We have about 4,000 healthcare providers employed either directly or under contract support, who also operate 3 healthcare systems within the department, so Coast Guard, ICE Health Service Corps, and a nascent healthcare system that's evolving rapidly along the southwest border, addressing the migrant population and efforts down there. We have 3,000 EMTs, and so you can imagine with that footprint, we have a very strong proponency for the first responder and first receiver communities in general, as well as within our department. Today I'm going to talk about CREDO, the Community Response to Drug Overdose, and hopefully recruit your, not just your interest, but your participation in this process. These are largely my opinions. The project is fast gaining a foothold within official channels within the department. I have no financial disclosures. And this interest is largely based on real-world experience. I'm going to go quickly over a scenario that occurred with one of our medical toxicologists who now works for us at within DHS, who was the emergency physician on duty in a hospital in California when a severe overdose case came in. He was also the medical toxicology consultant for the hospital on duty that day, and was also the regional poison control medical director, so triple-hatted, and right in the sort of the vortex of this opioid public health emergency that we have in the drug overdose crisis nationwide. So the first case came in after taking one Norco tablet, remarked that he felt really high from his normal amount and felt like he was going to die. So he called EMS. EMS arrived. They found him passed out at that time, not breathing, lost consciousness, and then lost his pulse. They started CPR and brought him in and administered 3 milligrams of naloxone. He arrived in the emergency department. CPR was continued. He had no pulse despite optimal support, was placed on heart-lung bypass, and this was a very sick patient. The severity of the toxicity was not what you would expect from one narco tablet, though. And so they ordered more comprehensive toxicological testing. This was 4 years ago, so opioid testing was not at all routine and not readily available at that time. And then between, over the next 5 hours, 6 additional patients came in, all of them requiring a naloxone drip. And by 2 p.m., the hospital had enough naloxone at the current use rate for 1 more hour of administration with all the patients that they had. They initiated the emergency agreements that they had, activated, got additional supplies from surrounding hospitals, and at 5 p.m. That evening, the first comprehensive drug screen came back positive for fentanyl, and the patients kept arriving. By midnight, they had additional patients arrive. The hospital's entire ICU bed was full. The ER was overfilled, and every monitor bed in the hospital was occupied. Smaller hospitals were contacting them. They were the referral center for a large section, about a third of California and parts of Nevada. And they had to start denying transfers for what was routinely referred to them as the tertiary care hospital in the region. They had to triage trauma patients to other hospitals, and this had major implications for not just patient care, but public health ramifications. Our physician called a community leadership meeting, recognizing that something very unusual was going on. And on day 3, the patients kept coming. I might add, on day 1, halfway through that process, the hospitals that had donated the naloxone started calling back and asking for it back, obviously. And possession being 9/10 of the law, they kept what they had, but it was a critical, urgent shortage within and throughout that region for naloxone supplies. And volume increased significantly and backed up over the next 5 days, requiring more emergency shipments of naloxone from outside of the state, outside of the region. By day 3, they had 36 patients, 16 of them waiting to go to a full ICU, and operating rooms essentially shut down because there was no place to recover patients post-operatively. So here's the pill analysis and serum concentrations. I know it's an eye chart and you can't see it, but what it shows is that the dose in any of those pills that they found was lethal. So 1 pill, 1 kill. If you look at the 2 pills, one is fake and one is a genuine tablet. And can you tell which one is the fake? So the top one is the real one. If you see that little dot on the end, on the left side there, that's a quality control dot that the pharmacy company puts on, like 1 out of every 10 pills, so that they can track it. but these pills are really indistinguishable. If you look closely enough, you'll see the fake pill looks more crisp than the real pill, which would be counterintuitive, right? You would think that the real pill would look more, but the real pills go through a little bit more processing and handling, and so you get a little bit more crumbling of the tablet through that process. So take-home points: one pill can kill, and so experimentation and use at the parties, the high school kids, hey, try this, the peer pressure kind of stuff, is extremely dangerous. And they had 12 confirmed deaths in Sacramento County, 20 suspected deaths, and suspect at least 50 deaths that were confirmed in the region. They suspect that it was much higher than that because at the time there was inadequate testing and familiarity with the medical examiners. This outbreak overwhelmed the resources of a city and an entire region that crossed state boundaries. The antidote supplies were inadequate. The referral hospital could not accept transfers from a large region of California, not just for overdose. This was all transfers because all the critical care beds were full. And law enforcement was unaware, and information was not shared with law enforcement in a timely manner. So despite the healthcare system being essentially overwhelmed, law enforcement had no idea, and so large public gatherings continued without any kind of modification or any acknowledgement that healthcare response plans might need to be modified or some additional risk mitigation might need to be done. So this is a health security issue. The fentanyl outbreak destabilized the healthcare system for a large region in basically essentially all of Northern California. And the breach was because of the lack of ICU care and the PACU, the post-anesthesia care units outside of the operating rooms. Caused a denied of transfer for specialty care across all specialties that would potentially require intensive care unit beds, or even, if you don't have access to those PACU or ICU beds, you don't do the surgeries because you have to prepare for and be prepared for those complications and have the resources available. And they were extremely vulnerable to other potential incidents and threats, obviously. So days 2 and days 4, there were large public gatherings, which were right near the referral hospital, just within blocks of that referral hospital. And the public safety law enforcement community was unaware. And there's no standard methodology for activating disaster emergency response for overdoses that bring in federal government support. So this, wasn't a Stafford Act declaration, but there was clear impact on the integrity of the healthcare system. That it's one of those things that falls in between, and in between what you can surge to and what becomes the Stafford Act, where all the federal resources and funding or whatever turns on, has always been a gap that we really don't have good solutions to address. And then significant communications gap between public health, healthcare, law enforcement communities that actually, it cost lives. So our doctor told me this story, and I said, we can never let this happen. This, as you know, this happens every day across this nation with this opioid public health emergency and this drug overdose crisis. So we started thinking, how do we prevent this? What do we do to address this crisis from our office and from our department? So we came up with Credo, and I'll kind of explain why we came up with this in a little bit. But what it attempts to do is seek to integrate the medical, law enforcement, drug prevention efforts to overdose clusters and spikes. These clusters and spikes occur like a rip current. The community doesn't realize it's in it until it's too late, and we don't have the triggers or the thresholds or the tools to help us recognize when we're in the middle of it. And many communities go through a weekend and say, man, that was a bad weekend. I wonder what that was. not even recognizing that this was a spike or a cluster of bad drugs on the street. So it seeks to improve the community response to the current drug overdose crisis and the declared opioid public health emergency, seeks to align efforts across the federal interagency and integrate with state, local, and private sector partners. I am just continually amazed at how hard it is to harmonize across federal departments and agencies. And probably that whole matrix down, we've got to, this is the information age. We've got to do better than what we're doing. And so we're trying to take a system of systems architecture approach to this, break it down into the components and subcomponents, into irreducible complexity, if you will, figure out what are all the pieces, what are all the measures that we have to those pieces, and the Internet of Things that we're in, and how do we put this together in a way that allows us to get that situational awareness that we need. And it seeks to identify and share best practices within the communities, and it begins with establishing operational views, multiple lines of effort that are all pursued in parallel. So I wanted to clarify what's community, what's response, and what's overdose. When we talk about this, CREDO was just an acronym that we think is kind of clever, right? So you got to find the words to fit the acronym. That's my DoD background, I guess. But community in CREDO is not just the geographical communities or the regions or the communities of communities. It is also the communities, the disciplines that we have within the communities. And we think we've identified like 18 different disciplines or specialties that are involved in community response to drug overdose and drug addiction that need to be at the table when we come up with the solutions. So not just in your community, but the first responder communities, we talk about that, the law enforcement community, the addiction management or the pain management or the social worker communities need to come together, and we all need to be at that same table. And then overdose, it could be CREDA, I guess, drug addiction, but it's drug overdose, addiction, abuse, single time experimental use. It's all the above that plays a part in what occurs, what turns into at least 70,000 drug overdoses per year and 1 million drug overdoses, 70,000 fatal drug overdoses and 1 million that are non-fatal that occur on a hourly basis. And then the response. So it's critical that the response capabilities are available 24/7. When people have hit rock bottom, they're ready to change their life around, we need those that ability through whatever social services, addiction management, whatever, those clinics, halfway house, whatever it is, it's got to be available 24/7 because this doesn't happen on banker's hours, right? This has happened constantly, and probably worse on weekends when regular systems are closed. So here's the disciplines, and it's a lot. Everybody has to be at this table to come up with the best solutions for something that, by the way, did I mention it's killing 70,000 Americans per year? If we lost this in any kind of major theater war, we would be moving heaven and earth to come up with the solutions. And we are doing a lot, but I think if we all work more effectively together, we can have a better impact on the outcomes. And some of these disciplines I think are critical. Social services, addiction management, way understaffed, right? Underfunded, underpaid, understaffed, underappreciated. Chemical forensics, I'll call that out in a little bit too, but we've been making such amazing technology advancement in our chemical detection capability, and we need to figure out how to ruggedize that capability, get it out to the street, and inform this whole process. And this helps not just for the drug overdose, but this helps for chemical defense, and I think helps for community preparedness in general. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. So here's my attempt at mastering PowerPoint. But imagine the community. You've got the big hospital. You've got your public health clinics and doctors' clinics, and your church, your jail, your business community. And then you have an overdose, right? So either law enforcement, 911's called, law enforcement shows up, EMS shows up. If it's an overdose still alive, they take the patient to the hospital. If it's a death, then they start an investigation. And that's the point where we need to start identifying and asking, is this a spike or a cluster? Are there going to be more cases? How do we start characterizing this? Not in 3 weeks when we get a medical examiner report back, maybe, that reports somewhere, not sure where, but within a couple hours, right? We need to know, okay, what was the drug? What is it? Is it a new analog that we're seeing? What's the toxicity? What should other emergency rooms or the healthcare system be looking for? Do we need to work through our social service channels to get the messages out? Hey, there's a dangerous pill, powder, whatsoever on the street. Watch out for that. And then what does that messaging do? Does that encourage some of the risk takers to take more risky activity? The other thing I want to point out is that law enforcement, the police information is law enforcement sensitive, right? It doesn't get shared with the healthcare or public health community because it's law enforcement sensitive. And that medical information is protected health information. HIPAA, the HIPAA bomb drops, and information that should be shared in order to save lives is not shared. The medical examiner report might come back somewhere, sometime that helps inform things, but more often than not, isn't brought into the mix for greater situational awareness. And so we've been working on establishing these other ways of sharing information. I apologize. This is a pie chart, but basically we have regional poison control center data. Most ERs don't even call these into poison control. They're so common, and the ERs are so experienced for the most part at treating these that just another day in the ER, right? But we have tremendous authorities within those poison control centers, and the network that is possible to leverage through those needs to be looked at in greater detail. We had the HIDAs, high intensity drug trafficking areas. These are regions sponsored by the Office of National Drug Control Policy to coordinate largely law enforcement, sometimes law enforcement, the task forces and whatnot. Sometimes they will include you have a robust public health or healthcare capability in there, but more often it's not as much as it should be. And then we have the fusion centers, the 57 or so fusion centers that we have, or 70 something, I think, across the United States. What we don't have is a national drug forensics registry that we need. I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second. This, in my my opinion, this is analogous to like an 18-lane swimming pool, right? Where if you look at the guiding principles in the upper right there, we want unity of effort. We want, this is the meta leadership from Harvard's leadership school. I stole those from Lenny Marcus, but unity of effort, generosity of spirit, humility, no ego, no blame, recognize lanes and assist others to succeed in theirs, and then build foundations of trust and relationships. Those are the guiding principles. If you think of an 18-lane swimming pool, DHS, we probably, and it's all a relay race in every lane, but we probably have maybe 1.5 lanes out of those 18. We have strong proponency for probably 6 more, but this is not our fight alone. This is everybody. This is all hands on deck across the various disciplines, largely that are all functioning within the community. Our piece, to be honest, is to build the bridge between public safety, law enforcement, and public health, healthcare. Make sure that we get that information sharing occurring for situational awareness down at the community and up at the national level. We want to help assist with the law enforcement side, which is opportunity analysis, network defeat. We want to take the drug trafficking organizations down. However, we want to do that in a way that recognizes if we are suddenly successful, we take a lot of product off the street, all of a sudden what happens? You have a huge void. You have addicts who can't get product, who become very desperate, and has to be a coordinated a process with the appropriate level of information sharing and coordination. And then the cross-cutting functions and concepts, you can see those. I think you have those in your handouts on the hard copies as well. But this is a drug overdose crisis. It's an addiction crisis. You know, we have 8 million. We estimate 8 million addicts, 20 million if you include alcohol. We have a huge drug addiction problem in the nation, and that drug addiction management is a huge part of this. Not my lane at DHS. I'll say that up front. We have the declared opioid public health emergency that allows for certain information sharing. The problem is, if you don't know it's an opioid problem, you can't counteract HIPAA, right? If you're in a public health emergency, HIPAA drops in order to respond to that emergency. And so we are looking at the barriers and the constraints for information sharing and trying to figure out how to address those, particularly for the crisis. If it had been a drug overdose public health emergency, that would have been more helpful, but it's opioid specifically. And the other problem is we're seeing mixtures. We're seeing a resurgence of methamphetamine, cocaine, as well as the new fentanyls. The drug trafficking organizations, the transnational criminal organizations, the DTOs, the TCOs are becoming more and more established all the time. They have great business people. They're very innovative, great entrepreneurs, and they are making our challenge harder on a daily basis. So those are some of the challenges that we face. And multiple disciplines, 18 at least, and probably more that we'll have to identify and address. Let me go on to the lines of effort. So first line of effort is a consensus-based voluntary standard for community response to drug overdoses. This is, the CREDO acronym. We have made a proposal to NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, to develop this consensus-based national standard for CREDO. And you may ask, why the National Fire Protection Association? Why? What does this have to do with fire? Well, they are obviously a strong proponency for EMS, but they did the NFPA 3000, right? NFPA 3000 is the Active Shooter High Threat Environment Response, maybe called CRASHER. But think of that, community response to active shooter high threat environment response, CRASHER, CREDO, community response to drug overdose. You look at the overlap between those two. The ASHER has 6 subcomponents that call out for standards to be developed within it that are then aggregated into the ASHER standard, the NFPA. It includes law enforcement, EMS pre-hospital, emergency medicine, not medical toxicology, but trauma surgery. And then on the back end, you have social services. That model, we think, is one that we need to rally to and build on for the drug overdose. We have an organization, ANSI accredited standard setting organization, NFPA, that has a recognized brand name and success in developing a multidisciplinary standard. CREDO is much more complex than that, but we think CRASHER, CREDO, CREX, why not establish that framework and build on it for other incident types using the ASHER and the drug overdose as use cases for a comprehensive framework on which we can go to for other community-based standards. We need to establish a CREDO community. It doesn't have to be CREDO, but we need to identify and work across the communities that are addressing this scourge. Many of them don't even recognize it. And like I say, it's like a rip current. It goes through, hits them, they don't even know. We've been doing site visits to various cities around the country. What we find is the cities where it's the most severe are the ones that have evolved to the best practices. They've evolved to work around the law enforcement sensitive and the HIPAA protected health information. Usually it's by phone EMS medical director calls chief of police, says, hey, I think something's going on. What are you seeing? There should be better ways to do that. In the communities where we see the best practices is because leadership has been affected personally. Son, daughter, niece, nephew, whatever, has been affected through drug overdose, and they are personally vested in making things happen. And we don't want that to be the strongest driving force. We need to do what's right and get this done. I want to speak, you can see the rest of the lines of effort. I want to highlight the chemical forensics technology competencies. This, again, is big, and you know, we've been talking to some of the chemical forensics technologists who go to the crime scene to do the crime scene investigation. You know, this is Credo CSI. If you haven't seen that on Netflix, it's coming soon. But they tell us, you know, there was fentanyl in this, but it wasn't enough that we're taking it to prosecution, and my report now goes nowhere, right? So they write the report for the U.S. attorney to take it to prosecution. If it doesn't go to prosecution, that information oftentimes gets lost in the system and doesn't contribute to a grander picture of situational awareness. So we need to figure out, like, what are the tools and what are the timelines, what are the reporting mechanisms, and this is why it has to be done through a standards organization, right? What are the competencies, what are the training requirements, the certification, accreditation processes, all the stuff that a standards development process will capture. If you look at it for chemical forensics, like, medical needs that information now. When that patient's coming in, we want to know, hey, this powder is this mixture, and it's not just a new fentanyl analog. It's something else, or it's a combination of you know, when you reverse the opioid, stand by for the this methamphetamine analog. That kind of information we should be able to get within whatever reasonable time frame it is. I don't know. Or, you know, what are the cutting agents? Look for this, you know, complications from the cutting agents as well. We have many pilot projects that are ongoing. The data information analysis. So what occurs in one community spreads like weather across to other communities. It follows the distribution networks and pathways, and we need to heat map that and be able to do predictive modeling so we can forecast and we can pre-warn and you know, look for those triggers, those thresholds, and pick those out in the noise earlier and better, and save more lives, and also, again, feed that opportunity analysis network to feed so we can identify those distribution networks, take them down. So I think I talked about the ANSI credit standards. Why an FPA? Because NIST did the evaluation for us, and they recommended NFPA be the, you know, of the whatever 200 and some ANSI accredited standards development organizations. They thought NIST fit the profile for what we needed to do a community-based standard for this. I'm sorry? Yeah, NIST did the evaluation of what the, and NFPA was the most appropriate. Yeah, thanks. Here's their Credo, the NFPA Credo page. If you go to nfpa.org/Credo, it will take you to this page. The opportunity to comment on this is still open, even though the suspense was 31 December. If you, as an individual or as an organization representing your organizations, would be willing to do this, it would be incredibly helpful to inform NFPA on whether or not they should move ahead with this. I think they will, but they need more comments to help shape it. This also gives you an opportunity to participate in this standards development process. And I think, you know, the more people we have, the more agencies we have volunteering to represent that. This is a complex standard, but I think if we do this right, it sets us up for CREX, developing the frameworks, recognizing the organizations that we need to have at the table for the community response to anything. And, you know, I sort of envision this as a way to do rapidly do standards that need to be done for the nation in a standard setting organization that has a world-renowned brand name and a world-renowned process for how to do those standards. And so I just want to emphasize the coordination across the communities. We need national registry, not federal databases. These need to be national with the right kinds of access for state, local, and even private sector partners on what's going on within and across the communities. With our case, that same tablet was being distributed in Oklahoma City around the same time, and there was never a coordination made. We never realized it until our doctor happened to be at a medical toxicology conference, happened to cross paths with the medical toxicology, the regional poison control medical director, and said, "Yeah, we had this case in Sacramento." He's like, "The Narcotab, the purple pill, one pill can kill." Yeah, we had the same thing in our area too, and we don't even know where else those pills were distributed. So that cannot stand, right? We can do better than that, and we need to do better than that. And this is just capturing the complexity again. I'm just going to blast through this. This, I think, just to highlight like the complexity of the Credo standard, but the complexity of any standard, we can build on this. It's just like Administrator Owens was talking about, the traffic recognition, being able to see around the corners. It builds on previous technology. We have the opportunity to build on previous standards and standards processes, capture that complexity, build on it, and capture more of the details, the components for doing effective standards than we've done in the past. With that, I think we might have a little extra time. I'd love to hear any questions or comments that you have.
Any questions or comments from council members? Mr. O'Neill?
Thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. We appreciate you being here. Regarding the Credo site and the collaboration tool here, do you know if there's any thoughts been given to, I think we all want to be able to do real-time bad opioid surveillance,
Yeah.
right? But something that we've been talking about in our state is, so we want to be able to identify those clusters of bad drugs or bad opioids and get that information out, but how we actually roll that information out and who should be notified and what those individuals will actually do with that information is yet to be identified in our state. So I was wondering if through the Credo project, if that's been addressed or if that's a plan for surveillance and activation.
Yeah, thanks. It's a great question. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with Rad Responder. Rad Responder is a tool provided free to first responders through FEMA. Sean Crawford is the director of that program. I was introduced to Rad Responder several years ago. I was at the White House and the National Security Council at the time, and Sean presented Rad Responder. I said, "Great, where's Chem Responder?" And he said, "What?" I said, "I want CBRN Responder." So if you're familiar with CBRN Responder or Rad Responder, so we called Sean and said, "Hey, Sean, we need Credo Responder." And so it is that it's an incident management tool that allows for the information sharing. It would require more development specifically for a Credo Responder, but yeah, we've engaged with them and Chambridge Technologies, which is the company that does it. I'm not saying that that's the solution, but it is the type of solution that we need to have where it has a footprint. It's developed, provided free by FEMA, developed for the first responder, first receiver community for these kinds of incident management, and we can just start putting in the apps or the data aggregation and analysis tools into that in secure, password-controlled, whatever environment, or come up with other solutions. But that's one of the lines of effort we recognize needs to be done. And so we've started looking at, maybe HISN is another option or platform. But yes, it needs to be something that has a national footprint that allows for aggregation beyond the community, within regions, regional constructs, and then beyond that. So.
Thank you. Dr. Fallett?
This slide that, I don't know if we can show that again. It's community response to drug overdose. It's the first sort of busy algorithm slide. There's a domain there that includes public health, social and family services, addiction management, and pain management that is notoriously resource poor and has been forever.
Yeah.
And the only way to close the loop on this is to make that a more robust domain. So what is being done to tackle that?
Yeah, so SAMHSA in HHS is the lead agency for addiction management. And do you know who the lead agency is in rural areas? It's USDA, Department of Agriculture. We were floored when we found that out, and we just found that out, a couple months ago. SAMHSA doesn't have a footprint in rural agricultural areas. It's USDA that's picked up the slack there. So, and this is part of the challenge at the federal level is, figuring out, discovering who's who in the zoo, who's doing what, how do we cover down on this, and then the social services is just chronically understaffed, underfunded. We were talking to some social workers on one of our site visits, and we were just brainstorming. So, what about SWEMPs? What about social worker EMTs? Because social workers can't, they don't make a living wage on social work alone. And is there? I mean, there's a lot of law enforcement officers who are EMTs. Is there also, this niche area where, we train our social workers to do EMS and pay them more to do both or something. But seems like, good skill sets complementary. But yeah, I totally agree with your concerns.
Thank you. Ms. Knight?
This is great information, thank you. I think in looking at this, I think that the fusion centers, which you did mention in here, they have a unique opportunity to reach reach out to their government stakeholders, the city, municipalities, but also the private sector and all. I don't know if all fusion centers are set up the same. I come from Orange County, California, where we have the OKAC, and they have a medical liaison officer in the OKAC that's there with police and fire and DHS and FBI and everybody. And so he's really good, and his predecessor was excellent as well in pushing information out very quickly to the hospitals and to other healthcare stakeholders. I don't know if that's the case in all fusion centers, but
No, not. In fact,
Really?
the majority
Okay.
do not. And so we work on, and with the fusion centers too, trying to advocate for either a public health and or a healthcare person in there as well. And yeah, many do not. Many have had it in the past and no longer have the seat for public health. But we view it as a critical component for any kind of fusion center, and are working to fix that.
Yeah, it's been very helpful in our area. We meet the Healthcare Security Network, or HSN, they call it the Home Shopping Network, but Healthcare Security Network. We meet several times a year to talk about threats or things that are happening. We also get BOLO sent out to us for like abductions or people trying to make inroads into the hospital, either into the nursery or just gain access to hospitals,
Yeah.
facilities they shouldn't. So it's been very helpful.
Yeah, and one quick comment on that in community. Each of the communities, the disciplines have cultures, and there are cultural divisions that occur as well. And when you talk to, like, social services afraid of the man, right, the guy with the badge, because that scares off their clients, and they don't show up or whatever, and they don't work well with law enforcement. But when you get them at the table and identify, like, the bad guy is that spy versus spy character, the drug dealer and the drug networks, and they all agree on that. And it shouldn't take a tragedy to break through those cultural barriers that, and they don't exist anywhere certainly, but we have seen that, and on both sides. It's law enforcement looking at the addicted community as sort of street scum and what until it's their son or daughter, and that completely changes their perspective. So, lots of barriers that. We think, through a joint standards process, we can identify and try to break through those.
Thank you. Ms. Lubogo?
Thank you. Yeah, I was kind of also looking at it kind of in line with what Dr. Fallot said, looking at the public health sector. And a couple of questions. I was wondering what efforts have been made to educate the public at large about the issues. And particularly, I'm thinking about like some of the school systems who are not addressed in there. Maybe they're being addressed under public health, under social services, but we know what the challenges are. That's a very underfunded, very difficult, labor-intensive work. So I'm just wondering what efforts have been made to educate the public about, issues, prevention issues, and also, during a crisis situation, if there's, something happening in a community, how is that let out? Does it get to the state, and then does it trickle down to the local departments, which trickles it down to the municipalities? And, that was a question.
Yeah, thanks. So it's all different. So we had a meeting with the senior medical leadership across 22 different departments and agencies that was hosted by the Office of National Drug Control Policy. And they all briefed out their programs. So 22 senior health officials sitting around a table briefing out 22 separate stovepiped programs around the table. And that's part of the problem. Like, they each have their own sort of outcome metrics or measures of success. None of them are very well coordinated. So we are trying to, use Credo. Our presentation was, look, we all got to come together and work together on this. The Surgeon General has his program, CDC has their specific programs, SAMHSA has their programs, and they're all sort of targeting many of the same people, but not necessarily harmonized with message or optimizing for spending or efforts or identifying the problems. But we're working on it.
Thank you. Chief Gale?
Just a couple of comments. I'll be real quick. I have seen your slide before. I'm racking my little pea brain trying to figure out where, but I appreciate this and what you presented here. We have a mandatory opioid reporting in Arizona. So two challenges we have with it is one, we get the information in. You have up to 5 business days to report the information. By the time I get a report back, it's, you had a spike last month.
Yeah.
The spike's done, right? Whatever has happened. So my only comments are, one, this is great work, that maybe we can improve some of the work that's been done. And then two, the fact that although you gave an opioid example, this is not an opioid program. This is drug overdose program.
Yes.
So I really appreciate that aspect of it as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garrett? And last comment will go to Mr. Washko. Mr. Garrett?
I've been involved with, partnered up with the social workers going out and dealing with this. The issue that we've ran into when we've contacted these task force, where it's regional or whatever, they won't come out. They're going to send a patrol officer by and he's going to do a report. It seems like the responders in the field were kind of hitting roadblocks because these elected officials, they don't want this out, that this is going on in their community, especially if you're in a town that involves, a college or something. They don't want mom and daddy to know that their child's in a town with fentanyl in it or whatever it may be. So is this something that we, as the responders on the street, would have access to report, or is it going to have to go through the public health system or the hospital or something like that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, and to comment on the great work that's been done, we've only identified the problem. We haven't done the solutions yet. So there's all the work is sort of yet to be done to bring that together. We have the NEMSIS data. Now much of it is reported in near real time, so we can pull that data, and we had a program working with Biospatial to heat map that, and so we're trying to continue that. But the EMS data in particular is some of the best data that we have for a nationwide footprint. We've got over 65% of that data that comes in on a rapid turnaround basis, much of it near real time, where we can push that data back to communities. There's ODMAP, which is the app that law enforcement uses, has about maybe a 10 to 15% footprint for coverage across the nation. Fat fingered in by law enforcement as a separate app. It's version 3 and becoming much easier and better to use. So we think adoption is going to go up. So we're developing a suite of tools that can give us that information back. But that's exactly what we have to, we have to continue to develop and find out, like, what's the signal that we need to look for, and how fast can we identify it? Because you're right. 2 days later, 2 days into this is too late, and the damage is already done, and we should be able to recognize this, within 2 hours, not 2 days, to have effective response.
Thank you. Last comment, Mr. Washko.
Thank you. Just curious on the technology side front in terms of devices and getting devices out to the hands of our first responders. I've just been recently starting to get involved with the Science and Technology Directorate at DHS, and they have a first responder resource group, and it's very, very fire, heavy technology focus. Is there an opportunity here for you to potentially engage with that group or come to that group to talk about, because that's where they talk about a lot of these development of these, hands-on ruggedized technologies, whether, I don't know if it's spectral analysis or what type of analysis device we would need in the field to be able to potentially do, real-time, on-the-scene kind of analysis to understand what we're dealing with, and then have that data somehow brought to a national information network or something like that to be able to, get you
Exactly.
more real-time data from the field.
Yes. Yeah, I'll talk to anybody about this. And then, the other thing I would urge is for them to go to the NFPA website and participate in the standards development process. We've started drafting a table of contents for the NFPA standard based on the Asher standard, just thinking, if we can get it start capturing the things. The table of contents is 7 pages, and I'd be happy to share that. But that's just the table of contents. Like, there's so much detail that we think needs to go into this. Asher is, it's I think about 150-page document of the standards. Just the way that we develop the standards for something, being able to capture the complexity of Credo for CREX. We want to start doing that in a way that allows us to capture the modules, the modular activity that we can start applying to other standards. And then it's a standard approach, standard formatting. So the competencies, the training, certifications, whatsoever, and then you can build in and start measuring the resource requirements. Like, what's the scope of the problem, and are we adequately scoped for this within addiction management or social services or chemical forensics or whatnot. But yeah, I'd be happy to talk to any organization and then encourage them to actively participate in that NFPA standards process.
Oh, I believe they're part of DHS, so that's why I was, maybe within the group, maybe see if there's an opportunity to connect internally. Because I'd love to see a presentation or have your presentation brought to that group, so we can be thinking about on the first responder perspective of, what does that technology look like? And we can put pressure from bottom up as well, and there's dollars to be spent.
Right.
As I understand it, it's a public-private partnership. It's kind of the DARPA, but for pre-hospital and fire world for technology, incubation. So if there's an opportunity to give you upward pressure to help, that's why I'm trying to make that connection.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know who the point of contact is for that?
I can get offline and get it for you.
Okay, yeah, even DHS people
Yeah,
we will
I know,
talk to.
it's big.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaniva. Any other last-minute comments? Thank you. We're a little bit behind our schedule. One very quick one, Mr. Garrett.
How much longer is this going to be open to be able to comment on?
It'll be open till, I think, March sometime. They'll take comments through March. Even though it says it's suspended, yeah, thanks.
Again, thank you very much, Dr. Kaniva. We appreciate your presentation. Obviously, it stirred some interest among the group. Appreciate that. We're a little behind schedule. John Brasco from, yes, sir.
Well.
Would you please come on up for your presentation. Violence Against Providers and Wellness, John Brasco, Fire Program Specialist, U.S. Fire Administration, to address the NEMSAC. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. As already mentioned, my name is John Brasco. I work at the United States Fire Administration in Emmitsburg. For those of you who've been around for a while, when Bill Troop got promoted to branch chief, I took his old job doing the research. So that kind of, if you know the system, that's where I work. Formerly State Fire Training Director in New Jersey, EMS programs in New Jersey, as well as prior to this, when I had another job at FEMA, I used to work with FICOMs and all in the EMS realm I had there. So it's good to be back with this EMS. So just quickly, I'm going to go through this. We have a mandate of projects that we must undertake to assist in the safety and health of firefighters and civilians. I'm not going to read all this because I'm going to try and get through this a little bit fast since we have an 11 o'clock pressing appointment or pressing next session. So we have a lot to do that overlays into EMS. Fire incident reporting, the ENFR system, that's big for us. It's one of our major things, and work with the state and public and so on to get good reporting, the same as you would do for NEMSIS to get good reporting for the EMS part of the world. What we actually do also is a lot of studies, reports, data about fire and other fire department responses, manage research and development to aid in fire detection and so on. Like I say, you have this handout, so I'm not going to go a lot. This is just kind of background, but we do much more than fire research. We often speak of firefighters, but a lot of what we do is very similar for EMS folks. If it's violence to firefighters, it's violence to EMS. If it's exposure to chemicals or toxins or carcinogens to firefighters, EMS folks are out there on that same scene or maybe living in the same fire station and are exposed to that also. So we kind of say fire a lot, but we also work a lot with EMS. Now, we don't develop materials or programs that delve into treatment, scope of practice, etc., but our work is in responder health and safety and so on. So health and wellness, I put a little bit of health and safety in this in addition to the wellness, but we work on areas like vehicle safety, roadway safety, lighting studies, conspicuity, ergonomics. We have a report on ergonomics that's being finalized, and wellness that's coming out hopefully in the next couple of months. We work with behavioral health with the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation as a major behavioral health program with PTSD and suicide prevention. We have a EMS report on violence. There's a 2020 release of a new one of those. We have station design, recruitment and retention, which is another EMS and fire issue, being able to keep EMTs on board, career, volunteer, part-time, whatever. One of the things we recently put out is, again, it says volunteer fire and EMS, but a lot of it's the same, but it talked about a lot of the things that fire and EMS need to know for health and safety within their organizations, on the fire scene, in quarters, and so on. That was done with the National Volunteer Fire Council. Firefighter cancer studies. We have a long-term study with NIOSH. We fund NIOSH to do this, and it was conducted for firefighters, but like I say, your EMS folks, particularly if they're fire EMS, they're in the same quarters, they're in the same buildings, they're doing the same job, they're treating firefighters that are contaminated and so on, so they have a lot of the same issues. CDC's done a long-term study with Philadelphia, Chicago, and San Francisco that have really good medical records going back many years in the fire department, so they've done some long-term studies for us. That's been refunded. It's continuing, but they have noted a connection between firefighting and cancer, so they're looking at that in a little more detail. We recently put out last year health and safety issues for women responders. We did that a number of years ago, and we've redone that, working with Women in Fire and Emergency Services, that organization. As we know, women have been in fire since it began, and in EMS since it began. But we have a lot of issues that are specific to women that are not to men, as well as some of the harassment and those kind of things that go on that need to be addressed. Emergency Vehicle Safety Initiative. We talk a lot about vehicle safety. To reach not only the fire service, we've worked with a number of national organizations, but not only reach the fire service, we've done PSAs to go out to the general public and so on about responder safety, the Move Over campaign, some of the other programs. Just by the 14th of January, there already have been 7 struck-by fatalities of firefighters, EMS, and tow operators. In just 14 days, 7 fatalities. So the distraction to drivers, not only in the old days with DWI or drinking or drugs or whatever, now I believe the cell phone, and a lot of people, you see them when you're driving down the road, they're messing with their phone or their tablet. I think that plays a lot of it. Again, the Slow Down, Move Over program. And it is nice to see sometimes when I'm going down the road, I see people start to pull into the middle lane of the turnpike or whatever, so that they are doing it. This was a PSA that was developed that can be, or a little thing agencies can put on their website or on their social media, just as another reminder, move over. So we've done a lot of these kind of things to try and do that, because it's bad that it happens, and it's a terrible way to lose a responder of any nature. It could be the other ones that they include in that, or the state. A lot of the states have the service patrols, like on interstates and turnpikes, that go out. Those people also get hit. As existing studies are being revised on emergency warning lights, the one thing we're really looking closely at is LED brightness and flash patterns. As we know, when LEDs came out, they've done a lot. Everybody wants the brightest and the fastest and the flashiest, but there may be some issues with that. And just a personal example, I was at a friend of mine's house in a volunteer area. They were coming around with Santa Claus. He was a fire chief. He went out to talk to the chief in his chief's car. The chief had all his lights on. Once he got next to the car, I could not see him, because they have them on the roof. They have them on the front and rear fenders. I could not see him. I knew he was standing there. I saw him walk there, but visually I could not see him. So it's a thing, and it's just done by Cumberland Valley Volunteer Firemen's Association, who's emergency responder safety institute, and they're going to be working with MIT and Embry-Riddle, who've done things like this in the past, like Embry-Riddle with aircraft lighting and some other things. So we hope to have a report out that talks a little bit about brightness and light, flash patterns, and so on. We've also done studies in safety and health for fire and EMS stations. What do you need to do to try and keep the carcinogens or whatever on the apparatus bay floor, not in living spaces, all those other kind of things that you need to know. So these reports are available. And one we did a couple of years ago, but probably will be dusted off again soon. It provides a way to look at enhance positive cultural issues and reduce negative ones. We all know the cultural issue change of we've never done it that way, we've always done it this way, and never had a problem with this before. We've got to get over that to try and be proactive on a lot of these things. So there is a report out there, and I'll give you the link to get to all these if you're interested in them. It's actually in the presentation. But there's so many things that are just old school that we still do for no good reason, except that's what we do, or what we did. We have a number of specific EMS projects, which I'll talk about here. We're redoing the EMS safety study. in partnership with IAFF. They're going to help us rewrite that. We released in 2017 a mitigation of occupational violence to firefighters and EMS responders. I know this was one of the things that I was asked to talk about, and I'll go into a little more detail on this. But this was done with Drexel University's Dornsife School of Public Health and the IAFF. They're very, very interested in doing this. They're very, very helpful with us. They've done a really great job. Some of the takeaways that came from that particular study were the focus areas in this report are like characteristics of patients and perpetrators of violence. Who do we think is doing it? Who should we be on the lookout for? They did some estimates of violence. EMS responder risk factors, psychosocial impact, reporting or under-reporting, and inventory of best practice and inventory intervention opportunities. I know when I wrote EMS, something minor happened, you never wrote it up. It was never reported, but it should be reported, and it should, it should be, somebody should know that, hey, every time we go to this particular house, you're going to get some kind of abuse, or you're going to get swung at or something. We used to have one particular Alzheimer's patient that would always try and punch you. We knew it was coming. He was so slow, it would never get to you. Oh, is that something you report? I don't know. But I mean, there needs to be some threshold of what's reporting and how to report. So that's something that needs to go on to be added. There are a number of reports that FEMA's funded through grants. This one is interesting. It's a systematic review of workplace violence against emergency medical responders. Again, all these four are done by Drexel's Dornsife School of Public Health. But this one talks about a study. They went and read a lot of reports, a lot of other studies about workplace violence. There's a tremendous list of other reports that they use to check this stuff out and research this. So if it's something you're looking at, there's an awful lot of good research there that can be found. The next one is felony assault should stick. This was specifically in the Philadelphia Fire Department EMS agency, and they're having a lot of problems. They actually worked with some of the district attorneys to ask them what was really happening, why were a lot of these cases blown off. A lot of it, it's just, well, it's just part of the job. And a lot of district attorneys don't want to take it on. They're not pressing it. They're just whatever. And if this fire department tries to get it into court, unless it's like a disabling injury or a career-ending injury, a lot of it nothing happens, or very little happens, even though it may be a felony assault. So it's just a look at one city. Can't say if it extends to others, but it's an interesting study. A systems-level checklist, again, another research project done by them on fire-based emergency medical responders, but I think it could expand. Again, they work a lot with Philadelphia since they're in Philly. But basically a checklist of things to look at in your agency, in your policies, in your plans, in your responses. Are we doing these things that may lessen the chance of our folks getting injured or worse? It's bad enough to get injured. A career-ending injury is not good. We just want to try and avoid all those things. So, again, another good study. And then the fourth one here, Expecting the Unexpected, a mixed method study of violence to EMS responders in an urban fire department. Again, more detail about that something you always have to be ready for. I mean, there's some patients you know how they're going to be if you see them a lot. Other ones you don't know. I mean, when you read some of those ones where there's actually fatalities where EMTs, the one in, I want to say maybe Minneapolis, where the EMT or paramedic was shot or was killed by the patient at the bus stop or whatever. That wasn't an expected one, but you need to really be thinking that in the back of your mind. Is the scene safe for me and my crew? Yeah, but maybe not. So it's just another one to look at some of those kind of incidents where it was not as expected. See, I'm going through this kind of quick. Okay, obtaining documents. We have a lot of these studies as well as other ones online. They're all available at the link here, and you have this page that has all that information. You can search the title or the topic name, or just like EMS safety, and it'll bring all of them up, and you can download those. Some of them are available. If you want a hard copy, you can order them, but with trying to be less expensive of stocking and storing all these books, they're just basically downloadable. Okay. One thing we also, I'm going to put a plug in for that a lot of people don't know, is we have a National Emergency Training Center in Emmitsburg where I work, which is the National Fire Academy. The United States Fire Administration owns it. There's also the Emergency Management Institute there, which is the emergency management equivalent of the Fire Academy, where they teach emergency managers their skills in trade. But they have one of the largest collections in the world of response-related documents. They get all the journals, all the books. We have an executive fire officer program where people have to write a paper to graduate from that program. Some of them are on EMS, and they do a lot of research. You can borrow things from them as a lending library. They will do research for you if you can get a hold of that. Again, I put their link on the bottom of this slide. They will do research. If you ask on a specific few keywords to them, they can do research. In the old days, you'd get a big envelope full. Now you just get a bunch of links in an email, or digital copies. But they do a tremendous amount of work, and your taxpayer dollars already paid for this. It costs you nothing to get it. So if your agencies were looking at changing a policy, how's this policy been done in other departments or other agencies, you can ask them to do some research for you, and they will do that. It's a very good resource. If you're on campus for any reason and you want to just go in and visit, they're very helpful. They'll do anything they can. They know what they're there for, to help the emergency responders. So again, we use a lot of that when we're developing courses. People are doing lectures or whatever they want, research or guidance documents. It's all in there, and they're a very helpful group of folks, and they will do pretty much anything they can to help you. And again, another thing on campus, part of us is the National Fire Academy. Although fire is in the name, that's how it was set up. However, we also do a lot of EMS programs. We, again, do not do like EMT classes, treatment classes, and so on. We do leadership, executive kind of management, command and control. We have one hazmat ALS class that touches on that a little bit, but it's because of the, when you do the quantities in chemicals, you don't have to figure that stuff out. But we have a lot of those classes for members to attend. If you're a member of a public safety agency, if you're not familiar with NFA, travel is free, the course is free, all you need to pay for is food, and if you have to backfill somebody. Again, there's a link there at the bottom of that slide on how to get it. In addition, a lot of our classes, in addition to being taught on campus, are taught locally in some cities and counties. They're taught in tribes and territorials, taught at states, and we have a number of online programs that NFA offers that you can take online just for your own education or make it a requirement for your agency. So in addition to the research in the library, we have the National Fire Academy, which does a lot of training, something, I don't forget the numbers, but I think it was like 50,000 or so a year touch one way or another. All right, I did list some of the classes here. We talked about ALS hazmat, but wellness programs, EMS incident ops, management of EMS, health and safety program, and a couple of others that do relate to EMS. And there is the culture change program there also, the last one, which I think is important because we still run into a lot of that, the culture change issues. So, and then here's my contact information should you need to get a hold of me. Or the generic USFA website link. So I kind of breeze through this. I'm from New Jersey. I talk fast. But I just wanted to go over this. You have all the information. Now, you got a number of handouts from me. Two of them they gave out today. One looks like this. It's a black and white picture of some folks in front of an ambulance. This is a pretty neat site if you've never gone there. Again, this is Drexel's Dornsife School of Public Health. They have a site they've put up with all kinds of information about violence and stress. There's a lot of links and a lot of information on there, so it's a good place to look, to gather information on that. And they, like I say, this group, if you've never dealt with them, the SAVER group there is very into this. They're very helpful. They do an awful lot of work to keep the emergency services safe, and they have a lot of resources. The other one, this just came out 2 days ago. There's a page on there. It's got the U.S. Fire Administration in color on top. This is more about, again, firefighter health and wellness, but it talks about cancer, tells about where some of the studies are, and a bunch of other links on this one too that you can surely go to if you're doing research in a particular area or a particular subject that's of interest to you or that your agency's run up against and you're looking for some help. But there's a lot of information and a lot of programs out there that a lot of this stuff is from us. It's all free. You've already paid for it with your tax dollars. And a lot of like the Dornsife School, their site is also, a lot of good material, got a good research that's free. So I kind of went through that fast. If anybody has any questions about our programs, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any comments or questions from council members? Yes, Mr. McMichael.
John, it's nice seeing you again.
Yeah.
I visit your facility several times,
Okay, good.
and it's in God's country out there, no
Yes,
less.
it is.
And you know where the yacht house is, right?
Yes, I do.
I figured you would. So anyway, your classes are outstanding, and I also saw some familiar faces there from some of your slides, some of my old friends on there.
Okay, good.
Especially from the CVVFA, which
Yeah.
I'm a member of as well. We got to get more messages out there to get those folks to slow down and move over, because I lost my partner back in '08, and I wish that education was there then, but we need to improve on that. Get the message out to the public, because they're not slowing down enough and they're not moving over enough. And that goes not only for us as emergency responders, but it's also us as well as the tow truck drivers, police, and even some of our friends in the hospital.
Yeah.
So we need more help in that aspect, if you could,
Yeah.
please.
Just, if you didn't notice when I mentioned that 7 fatalities in 14 days, there have been a number of agencies have put it. I know I-Chiefs, International Association of Fire Chiefs put stuff out. We put stuff on our page. Some of the other sites that do those kind of things have put information out there because it's a problem again. Not again, but it's a problem never really went away, and I guess it's getting worse. There's so many people out on the road that are just oblivious to what's going on around them. You see people reading, you see people doing whatever, eating a meal on their phones, and they're driving. And, it's bad enough if it's 25 miles an hour on a rural, suburban subdivision street, but when you're doing 75 miles an hour on the turnpike, a couple of seconds and it's too late. So we see a lot of that. So I know we've pushed some more stuff out on that, and I'm pretty sure we'll be doing more. And I know the national organizations are also pushing that, because like I say, 7 and 14 days is way, way too many.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council? Yes, Mr. Baird?
Thank you. As you know, across the country, communities choose all different types of providers for their local EMS system. You mentioned a lot of the classes are EMS specific. Which of those would be open and available to non-fire based EMS providers?
If I said that I didn't clarify it, you can just come if you're just an EMS agency.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or maybe we might have like some police EMS or third service EMS so any EMS. Correct.
Non-governmental
Correct.
as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's a for-profit, it may be a little different in the fee, but otherwise it's the same, because the money, the stipends that they pay and all are for government type employees. But so there may be a small fee, but if you send me an email or whatever, and I'll see if I can get some more information for you. But yeah, anybody can go to that. If you're like a chemical plant that has an EMS and a fire department, then they also would be eligible to attend.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council members? Dr. Kramer, you had a comment?
Just a quick follow-up on the move over activities. This is something that, as part of a lot of the comments that Mr. Owens made, he's well aware of and will be included as part of the pilot activities. And then I think we mentioned this at our previous meeting, but Dave Bryson and I have been working with Federal Highways and have now arranged for CAPC credit for the TIM program, the Traffic Incident Management Program. There are a couple of computer glitches that we're working on in terms of recording the information to get those credits, but folks, EMS practitioners do have the ability of getting CE credits for that.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Brusco, for your presentation. We appreciate it very much. Very informative. Thank you. 11 o'clock, we have public comment. We have 20 minutes until then. My question would be to committee chairs and vice chairs, if you have any information related to the advisories that you intend to bring to interim or final status after we have public comment, do you want to bring that forward now to discuss it with council, or are you all ready to go? So what I'd like to do is break until 11 o'clock, and if council members could use that time to just look through any of the advisories that you're not too familiar with, and make sure that our flow is efficient when we begin to consider each of the advisories. If you want to make comments to yourself, make notes so that we can address them each as they come up. Okay, thank you. We'll stand in recess till 11 o'clock.
Exactly.
Dr. Kramer,
Ma'am.
I went through and systematically answered and edited everyone's questions on telehealth. So my question is, how granular do you want me to be during the discussion of that document? Do you want me to address everyone?
Oh, no.
Okay, do you want me to show them to you at some point, or just sort of generally tell you how I encapsulated those into the, because it's interim? Okay.
As long as you've addressed them as you
Okay.
feel appropriate, I'm fine with
All
it.
right.
That's just mine. That's a good idea.
So, to be clear about the whole section on so it was the presentation, SafeNet, FirstNet.
Right.
A lot of that was my note-taking during the session that he gave, going to their site and documenting what was there. And that word core means that they actually have a bandwidth that doesn't intersect with.
I understand that. My point was, for folks reading the document, they also understand.
So I added a definition of what I meant. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's fine. Yep, I knew what you were referring to.
Okay.
It's just,
Okay.
I didn't think all of it.
All right. And are we supposed to get drinks now because we're not doing that at lunch?
Are we talking drinks?
No.
Or you want to get your coffee and like, I'll take you.
That's what I was doing. From the cafeteria,
Where you-
should we get it?
You want a beverage from the cafeteria? You want to go to Starbucks? Where would you like to go?
I think we're just gonna go to the cafeteria. Okay. Just one.
don't you verify with him, so I know? I think so. It needs work, but I don't think it needs to be built back. Based on suggestion, which options are going to
I didn't see him, but I'm looking for him still. I think he went to the cafeteria meeting. I'll let you know.
What is the title? Okay, good. All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Notice how that when we discovered moving, I was at the end of your career. And I discovered you at the end of your career. And we worked together before. But maybe we just work another day. And we ask everybody to get all the meetings on the schedule between now and August. So then we're not overlapping. And we can remind ourselves that we have to get short by each other. So it's kind of bearing a little bit.
Well, evidently they didn't.
What about the EBGs? That went to final already? What about PPE? Yes.
You doing it? You're up next? No, I'm just sitting here going through the.
Okay. Yes, I read the one in the, yeah.
Okay. I was reading through the one yesterday, it's exactly what I was contention with, the educator piece. Can somebody correct our name in there? Because it's not correct. I mean, committee is with a, C, Committee on Accreditation of Education. COA, USB. I don't know what document that is, but I saw it yesterday as I was reading, as I was scanning through all that. Yeah, anything like that. Okay, okay.
Did Lynn find you? She said you are bringing the inequities one forward for
The
interim.
CARES one, yes.
The CARES one.
Yep.
She, so let me know. Yeah, let me know. Or let us know.
I mean, it has worked, but it needs to move.
I just want to verify, because I'm pretty sure this is true. The trauma RFI by Fallot, the opioid PPE, and the EBG, we all passed those to final already in the last two meetings. Because they're not here, and I look back, and on the 1 minute it said it went to final, I think the.
Yeah, yeah.
And the evidence-based guidelines, that went to
Look in
final.
your that's another thing I want to ask you, the biennial report, did that
That's
get
in
done
there.
yesterday?
Oh, I read that.
Did that get done yesterday?
Yeah, we approved it with some minor edits.
There should be a copy in this one.
Oh, you know what? Here's my thing, right here. Here's my report that I provided.
That's the one I was writing to,
That's the one you were responding to, right? Yeah.
yeah, responding to when I was looking at till Saturday night. Well, I gotta get my luggage anyway. My wife, okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene the NEMSAC meeting at this time. We'll be going into public comment. To help with public comment, to make things a little more efficient for those individuals that like to come forward, I just wanted to indicate to the public which advisories the council intends to take action on immediately after public comment. So I'll just go through the list, and then I'll also identify the ones that we intend to not take action on, and then move off for further work, and council members can work on those until the next meeting. We'll be addressing the EMS Sustainability and Efficiency Committee's advisory on EMS System Financing Advisory 2019 update. We will be taking action on integration and technology advisory on connected and automated vehicle implications for ambulances. We intend to take action on Integration and Technology Committee's NHTSA Office of Emergency Medical Services as a central repository for all EMS provider safety and wellness data. We intend to take action on the Adaptability and Innovation Committee's advisory on support of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid's Innovation, Emergency Triage, Treatment, and Transport Reimbursement Model. We intend to take action on Adaptability and Innovation Committee's Rural and Volunteer EMS Recruitment and Retention Advisory. We intend to take action on the Profession Safety's advisory on mental health and wellness for the EMS provider and their partners in public safety. We also intend to take action on Profession Safety Committee's advisory on mitigation of direct violence against EMS professionals. We also intend to take action on Preparedness and Education's advisory on pediatric emergency care coordinators for emergency medical services. We also intend to take action for interim status on Preparedness and Education for EMS resource allocation and distribution during disasters. Also for interim status, Adaptability and Innovation Committee's advisory on telehealth as a strategy for EMS care. And for interim status as well, Equitable Patient Care Committee's advisory on reducing social inequities in EMS through a national out-of-hospital cardiac arrest registry. Specifically, we do not intend to take action at today's meeting on Preparedness and Education Committee's advisory on strategy for the transition of paramedics into a profession with formalized education and professional license to practice. So with that list, I would ask members of the public that wish to comment on any of the advisories that we're going to take action on today to come forward first, so we can make sure we get to hear you and we can consider those comments before we take action. Yes, Mr. Finger.
Thank you. Dave Finger with the National Volunteer Fire Council. I wanted to thank the Adaptability and Innovation Committee for developing the Rural and Volunteer EMS Recruitment and Retention Advisory. The NVFC fully supports the advisory. I think I made public comment at the first session of this NEMSAC asking NEMSAC to do something with it, and I appreciate the committee taking that up, working with me to develop it. This is a really big problem in a lot of communities, recruitment and retention of both career and volunteer, but particularly in rural communities, volunteers. And I think not only is the advisory well written, but the action items are sort of discrete and pretty easy, I think, for NHTSA to take on, which I think is important. And I think this is going to do a lot of good for the folks that we represent, as well as, I think, potentially raising kind of the profile of NHTSA and the NEMSAC with a lot of volunteer EMS responders who maybe aren't that looped in, but this will be a resource potentially that they can take advantage of. So just wanted to say that, and if anybody had questions for me about the advisory, happy to answer them, but just mainly wanted to thank the committee.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Finger on his comments? Yes, Mr. McMichael.
I fully support all the efforts made by this committee in order to resolve this recruitment and retention. Not only is it locally in my area, but it's also nationwide. And hopefully this will move itself forward to get this resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Finger or on this topic? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much. Any other public comments related to the items and advisories we'll be taking action on? Okay, seeing none. Any other public comment anyone would like to make? Yes, Mr. McClintock.
Robert McClintock with the International Association of Firefighters. I would just like to thank the chair, the vice chair, the whole NEMSAC committee, as well as the NHTSA staff for all their time, hard work, dedication to improving our EMS industry. As it was brought to my attention yesterday that you've completed 20 advisories, or near that.
We're on track to do 20 this cycle if
I think-
Dr. Kramer survives the onslaught.
And I congratulate you on that. That is some very stellar work. And we appreciate all your effort. I would also like to extend an extra thank you to the Education Committee. I think it was important. I know there was a lot of passion as we decided yesterday in our discussions and previous discussions. What we do would like to thank you for your consideration of our concerns. And again, I just want to stress that our concerns are not with education, but it's with the elimination, of this certificate entry into our profession. All right, as like most, I wouldn't be sitting here if this pathway didn't exist. Our entire EMS workforce has primarily been built up on the backs of, blue-collar workers and an entry into our pathway, workforce. As you may know, many states, county, and municipal organizations work within the civil service system, in which they also support entry via blue-collar method, via just 18 years old and have your high school diploma or GED. All right, so we definitely support that as well. The IFF represents the workforce of about 320,000 members. That's who we're here representing. So we are trying to maintain this pathway so that we can continue to build our workforce and make it affordable, accessible, and to maintain the ability to diversify the workforce and to be more representative of the communities that we serve. Of course, that's a huge struggle of ours, of most agencies. That was also in the 2050 agenda. The pathways already exist for both certificate and associate degree entry to the profession, thus allowing the individual to choose which works best for them. We fully support that, appreciate it. However, being privy to many other meetings, stakeholder work groups, conversations, we're aware that the end game isn't going to stop at the associate's degree. The end game really is to proceed on to a bachelor's degree. So if we feel that there's a shortage of paramedics now, I can only imagine what that would bring to us. So, but I do thank you. I apologize if we offended anybody. in our discussions. We had no intentions of doing that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, Ms. LeBoga?
Thank you, Mr. McClintock, for saying that to us today. You mentioned that yesterday, and we appreciate you bringing it forth in front of the council. And I just wanted to follow up and say that, you know, a lot of what you said yesterday, I said it to you guys yesterday, but I wanted to mention to the council, a lot of things that you said resonated with us, and we took them to heart, and we mentioned to you guys that we will endeavor to put them in the advisory. We're already working on the language that was talked about. We're looking at the recommendations, and we feel like we have come to somewhere that is kind of middle ground. The vocational thing was really important, we know that. And then there were other exciting things that we thought about in the future, even if it does lead to the end game, our end game, which is to get that the highest level trained degree. But we felt like the additions that we'll put in will not alienate anybody. And so, you know, we did not even put it on the table today because we know there's a lot of work to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Washko?
Yeah, thank you for the comments. And, you know, to tag on to what's already been said, I think it's also important to get out to the council. One of the things I think we identified, or we had an epiphany on, that it seems to provide a collaborative pathway forward. One was the comment of this can't be revolutionary, but evolutionary in its forward progress, I think, to the ultimate thing where this may lead with degrees for our staff, and we're not sure of the timeline of that. But more importantly is the recognition of no one's really answered the question as to why are we doing this, and I think we all agreed that a value-based proposition and goal of defining what does this actually mean, the actual why are we doing this. Degrees for the sake of degrees don't necessarily make sense, but degrees that bring value back to our profession and our patients do make sense, including the comments from Dr. Rock associated with, you know, the creation of something similar to a PA or NP for a medic that could actually have an NPI and ultimately bill down the road. And if that's our end game, then I think that's something that proves value, and we can then march backwards from that to determine whatever the educational standards for something like that might be, as well as other pathways such as leadership and education, quality, and so on. So just wanted to bring that out to the full council. I think that there's some very some great debate and discussions, but I think, as you suggest, there's definitely not dissent that education's not important. Definitely, I think, is in everyone's mind. It's just how do we ultimately get there and not hurt ourselves in those endeavors.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council members on this topic or for Mr. McClintock? Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment on any issues related to SERP, please come forward, identify yourself by name and who you're associated with, and we'll have your comment. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. George Hatch. I'm the Executive Director for the Committee on Accreditation of Educational Programs for the EMS professions. First, thank you for all of the work that you're doing. I think in listening to the discussion over the last day, it's evident to me that there are many, many people working in many, many areas of EMS to continue to improve the delivery of care at the patient's side. So again, thank you for what you do. I would first tell you that as the Executive Director, pardon me, the COA has no position on whether paramedics should graduate with an associate degree or not. We're simply the conduit for the educational programs to move their graduates through the process, and we have nearly we have nearly 720 paramedic programs across all aspects of EMS. I would say that the majority of the paramedic programs throughout the country are in educational institutions. Probably 85, maybe 88% of the programs that we have reside in universities, community or technical colleges throughout the United States, and they're in all 50 states. We have even one paramedic program at the Joint Special Operators Group in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. We have fire-based education programs. We have hospital-based paramedic programs. We have private schools that are institutionally accredited. We have consortia, which are educational programs where you may have a for-profit group that has not gained institutional accreditation so that they can partner up, in effect, with someone who meets the standard for their educational program to kind of move it forward. All of the educational programs have a pathway for college credit. So I think the discussion that's been going on, at least what I've been privy to for the last 24 hours, is they do have a pathway. And many of the educational programs that we have offer a certificate option, and they offer an associate degree option. I would tell you that, again, a lot of the educational programs have very, very small numbers. So for paramedic programs that are not able to be sustained in a particular community, take any type of sponsorship, fire-based, hospital-based, college-based, the ones that are stepping away from the educational program simply can't sustain that. So I think it really is all about numbers. But the paramedics that are coming out of these programs in the colleges at least have an associate, they have the ability to gain the associate's degree if they choose to do that. But I think most of the employers, at least my observation, most of the employers are not necessarily hiring them based on the fact that they have an associate's degree, but that they have the requisite credentials to go out and do the job and deliver care. Again, I would just simply say I think this is sort of the long view. I am all about education. I would tell you that I am a product of EMS, 43 years in the business, coming out of high school, going to EMT school in my senior year in high school, and here I am 43 years later, leading a group that I didn't think that I would be doing 43 years ago, but in the business. And again, taking the long view, our group started in 1978, and there were programs that were doing paramedic education when paramedic education wasn't cool, and it wasn't required that you graduate from an accredited school in order to take a board certifying exam to practice. So in the nearly 14 years that I've been here, I've seen our group grow from about 200 programs to about 720 programs. That's the escalation that we've seen in EMS. At our board table, Dr. Talak has been a representative from his group at one time to our board. We have 14 different sponsoring organizations that represent this profession. 7 that are physicians groups that pretty much cover the gamut, and 7 EMS organizations that cover the gamut. So I think there's a lot of discussion, and what I hope is that over time, people can work together and continue to work together to see how this may evolve. But I think to make you feel better, there are pathways for these kids to gain college credit. It is something that we look at very, very seriously. So again, thank you for the work. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions if you had them about us.
Thank you, Dr. Hatch. Any questions or comments from council members for Dr. Hatch? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Any other public comment to come before NEMSAC? Anyone on the phone for public comment? Okay, hearing and seeing none, thank you very much. We'll close public comment. At this time, we'd like to move forward into action on advisories. We have first the advisories from last time that moved to interim that we'd like to move to final today for the council to consider. And after that, we'll consider any that need to move to interim status. So we'll do the finals first and then to interim. First is the EMS Sustainability and Efficiency Committee's advisory on EMS System Financing Advisory 2019 update. Mr. Baird, this was interim approved last session. You're seeking final approval today?
That's right. And just as a brief refresher for the full committee, the work of this recommendation really started in 2012, and this is the third iteration of the same basic recommendations, which are built around adequate funding streams coming from our largest payer group. That's through CMS for reimbursing for EMS. We added one new recommendation. There are 3 total recommendations. 2 of them are carryovers. The new one is requesting that NHTSA through FICOMS have the appropriate federal bodies recognize that there has been a significant underinvestment in EMS over the past, because when money isn't coming in, it can't be spent, and so our infrastructure is sort of woefully inadequate based on that, and it's just kind of really there as a constant reminder for the federal agencies to kind of understand that our capability has been hampered by that.
Thank you. The copy I have has four recommendations. Do I have an incorrect version?
Dated September 17th.
It's dated September 17th, 2019.
Yeah, I think 3 were original and 1 is new.
Okay, so there are a total. There are a total 4, and 1 new one. Okay,
And
thank you.
I think the recommendation Sean just talked about is the
Number
issue
3.
associated with as cost data collection comes in, that there be some form of recognition of, just because this is what it shows as being spent doesn't mean that that's adequate spending, and to highlight that issue, you know, as the data comes in and we start to analyze it.
Right, I think that's delineated in your recommendation number 3. Okay, is that a motion to approve, Mr. Baird? Is that a second, Mr. Washko? Okay, thank you. We have a motion and seconded to approve this to final status. Comments and questions from council members? Dr. Kramer?
Could I propose a consideration to the committee, since CMS is represented on FICAMS, would the committee suggest that the recommendations go directly to FICAMS rather than NHTSA in coordination with? So my suggestion would be for each of those, FICAMS should.
Okay, so we need a motion to amend the advisory. Mr. Baird?
Move to
And
amend.
seconded by Chief Gale. Any conversation or discussion on the amendment, which is to essentially change it from NHTSA in coordination with FICAMS to FICAMS? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. We're back to the original motion to approve this advisory now with that amendment. We have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The advisory moves to final status. The next advisory we have is from Integration and Technology. Mr. Kay, this is on connected and automated vehicle implications for ambulances.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair. So this was wrote in conjunction with Ms. Dear Gaynor with NSEMSO. And to just briefly go over it, there's a lot of, as we heard from the presentation this morning, there's a lot of technologies and advancements that are quickly progressing through the industry. And we've been lucky enough, and in this latest iteration, to have partners at the table with this one that is coming up. What this recommendation asks for is generally to ensure that EMS does keep a seat at that table for the evolving technologies. And in addition to that, what it's asking for is also to, for current vehicle manufacturers to be, that have their current technologies and their current technology stream going into vehicles, because we buy our vehicles as pickup trucks or vans, that we keep a seat at that table to ensure what's being developed within the industry is compatible with EMS, with the safe operation of vehicles. It may not always be a smart thing to have or to have your brakes slam on at a certain time. And it's a safety mechanism that we want manufacturers, that we want to stay at the table to hear what they're developing and ensure that EMS our operations are compatible with what's going on. And it makes that recommendation to FICAMS just to make sure that we keep abreast and keep a voice at that table.
Thank you. Is that a motion to move to final approval?
I make a motion to move it to final approval.
Is there a second? Mr. Baird, thank you. Any comments or discussion? Yes, Ms. Montero?
Chair of the committee, could you please talk about the?
I apologize.
Okay.
There was, I apologize. We did notice there was one automatic spell correct from automatic, it changed from automated vehicles to automatic vehicles. That doesn't change any of the substance of it, but it was something that we overlooked, and I greatly apologize for that.
That's
slight
line
oversight.
49 on page 2.
Yes, sir.
It starts out automatic
Automatic
vehicles. It should
vehicles,
say automated.
Should say automated vehicles, and I'll definitely make that correction.
The chair would just make a couple of comments on any acronyms. We would want to spell those out as we go through the normal editing process of these after they're approved. Typically, the council approves chair with NHTSA to go through and do grammar and little edits.
I would certainly leave it to the chair's prerogative to do that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions from council members on moving this particular advisory to final status? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The next advisory we have is also from Integration and Technology Committee. This is NHTSA, Office of Emergency Medical Services, as the central repository for all EMS provider safety and wellness data. Mr. Kay?
Yes, sir. Thank you again for the opportunity. EMS, as we've sit around the table and we've gone to every NEMSAC meeting, one of the things that's come up frequently, you hear is a theme throughout this is, well, we don't know what the data is. We don't, it's hard to find data on that. We're unsure where could we get the data? Who do we contact for the data? One of the things that we're addressing in this advisory is there's many federal partners that have data in EMS. What we're asking for is FICOMs to work with the NHTSA Office of EMS to take what's currently collected on EMS-related activities and house it in one spot. Many of the people that we serve in our industry, these are the people that are making policy decisions and regarding their agencies, and they're very busy, and you don't have the time to do. They don't have the time to employ somebody to do the research and to pull this up when they need to make strategic decisions about health and wellness of their workforce. So we have 5 asks in this. One of this is to just basically take what's already being collected and house it in one area so that's easily accessible. The second is to, what we discussed earlier and became a topic yesterday, is to take this kind of static crash ambulance data, since that's one of the things that impacts us greatly, and to turn that into a more robust, searchable field on the NHTSA website. Recommendation 3 is to work with federal industry partners that are already collecting some data, such as event and firefighter near miss, to work with those people that are already doing some work in the field, and work with them to possibly take their data, even though it's technically not. It's more anecdotal than evidence-based, and work with those partners to see how we can get that data to be more sound and evidence-based, and start reporting some of the findings out of that. Recommendation 4 is to work with stakeholders, since violence against providers has become such an issue, to work with providers such as CARV-NC, which is the North Carolina the North Carolina Association of EMS Professionals, has already a good working program of how they're going to collect data against violence against providers, working with some of the other partners that are already doing this to create a data set to address EMS violence against responders. And recommendation 5 is to start working the health and wellness mental health aspect of this is huge impact, and there really isn't a data set. There really isn't anybody that's coherently doing published data. We asked the NHTSA Office of EMS to work with the stakeholders such as Code Green and some of the other state agencies like the South Carolina FAST team to develop some de-identified purposeful data so that people can make actionable, evidence-based decisions regarding their people in the field.
Thank you, Mr. Kay. Is that a motion to approve this to final status?
It is. I would like to take this to final.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Second, Mr. O'Neill. Thank you very much. Council members, comments, questions for this advisory? Chair just has a couple items. Recommendation number 2, the first point, line 51 on page 2, says this data must be updated on an annual basis. I would suggest we probably can't use the word must. We can't direct NHTSA to do anything. We can recommend. I would just suggest rewording that to something along the lines of every effort should be made to collect this data on an annual basis, something like that. So we're not gonna- NHTSA should make every effort to collect this data on something like that.
Yes, sounds
If that's
great.
acceptable.
I'll leave that at the chair's prerogative.
Thank you. And recommendation number 5, the last sentence, I would just take that out of the recommendation and move it into the narrative. It's just kind of opining on what the recommendation is, and that should
Understood,
probably go
and-
into the narrative. Yeah.
Agree on that.
I'm sorry, 2 sentences.
2 sentences?
The last 2 sentences, yes. We'll just move that into the narrative.
Agree and leave that at the chair's prerogative.
Okay. Dr. Kramer?
Couple of additional questions for clarification and along the same lines as the chair just reflected. And I'll preface the comments by saying that we're totally in supportive of these issues. We have a staff member in the back of the room that hits me up almost every day on wellness issues for our practitioners. Recommendation 1, I would ask that you consider softening that a little bit to recommends that NHTSA should strive to collect data. I know it sounds silly. We have contacted some federal agencies and have met with some resistance because they view it as their data. We're going to continue to work with them, but to say that we should be collecting data from all federal agencies may not be achievable. Recommendation number 2, are all of these data elements currently collected in NEMSIS?
Yes.
Other than some of the manufacturer information?
Other than some of the manufacturing data, this is eResponse 24, eResponse 23. These are taken at the national level and are recommended to all at the state level also.
Okay. I guess my only thought is, as we start to look in more depth at the ambulance crash information with the ad hoc committee, there may be some implications or other impact on this recommendation, so we may need to revisit it. Those are the only concerns I have at this point.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions from council members? The motion maker and the second are okay with the request from NHTSA? Specifically, the should strive to collect.
The strive to collect, it's being collected already, and it's EMS pertinent data. It's data about us. And you don't think that NIOSH or OSHA should give us, you don't feel like with that language they should give it to us since it's.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't. I'm saying that we have experienced difficulty in getting some of this information.
Do you think with the word strive that they'll improve with their ability?
I'm not going to go there.
Perhaps instead of should strive to, how about NHTSA should collect to the extent possible?
I'm gonna go with the chair's prerogative, and if that's what the chair suggests, that will make this more palatable to.
The chair would recommend
Then I will.
to the extent possible.
I think to the extent possible, that would be acceptable.
Okay.
And just keep in
Thank you.
keep in line with the
Okay. Is that,
spirit of the recommendation.
is that amendment okay with the second? Who seconded? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. O'Neill, you did? Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions or comments on the amendment to change the language to recommendation 1 to 2 to the extent possible? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any extension, or any abstentions? Thank you. Back to the main motion. Any comments or further questions on this particular advisory with this change? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. That advisory moves to final status.
Thank you.
The next item from interim to final, the next advisory is the Adaptability and Innovation Committee. Support of the Center of CMMI, Emergency Triage, Treat, and Transport Reimbursement Model. Chief Gale?
Perfect. We went ahead and gave that a really long title so everybody could find their papers while you're reading that. This actually was handed out. Eric and Sharon handed you guys a new copy of this. It's dated on the top January 15th of 2020 from the Adaptability Innovation Committee. And then I'll just read again to give you guys a second. Support of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation, Emergency Triage, Treat, and Transport Model. The executive summary of this advisory gives a brief introduction into ET3. It expresses support from NMSAC with the ET3 project, and then introduces the idea of some additional analysis regarding rule and or definition changes to increase participation based on project findings, and specifically not suggesting a change in the project scope, which, if you'll remember, initially, when this was initially presented and discussed in draft, that was one of the concerns that some of the verbiage felt like it was suggesting a change in the scope of the project of ET3. And so we've worked really hard to try to change the language to make sure that it can't be interpreted, that we're trying to change the ET3 project, trying to change the scope, trying to change current definitions during the project, any of those types of things. If you go down to the recommendations, it's on the bottom of page 1 and then through page 2. Prior to this NMSAC session, the advisory did go through, from what you saw last, it did go through a lot of revision, but that was all on mostly format and grammar, not substantive. I do want to go through a couple of highlighted changes, if I could, on the recommendations. Recommendation 1 is unchanged. Recommendation 2 has changed from the copy that you initially got at the beginning of this meeting, but it was just changed back to the recommendation as worded in the previous one. So no changes there, just from one to the next and then back. Recommendation number 3, from when it was approved for interim, urban was pulled out. Specifically, it did call urban, rural, and super rural. Urban was pulled out of recognition number 3. This is based on feedback from the Office of EMS. And then in recommendation number 4, that was actually added. So it just had 3 recommendations before. Recommendation 4 actually is inclusive of some other things that were in the other recommendations, just pulled out on its own, and that is to encourage CMS to consider rule and definition changes that would be inclusive of all types of EMS delivery models. Scrolling down, the rest of the changes in this, there was some citation issues, a couple of date issues. There was an ask on line 105 in that area for some clarification on that table. There were some edits to that table to try to make it just a little bit more clear, a little bit more easier to interpret what the committee was trying to, the information the committee was trying to bring out with that table. And then on line 119, there's been just a little bit of change in language there, one sentence added to try to clarify, and then that third sentence on line, looks like 120, 121, just some clarifying language added in that one. Again, not changing the intent or the meaning, just to try to clarify. And then on line 165 through the remainder of that paragraph, and I might be off because I'm looking at a copy that has highlighted changes, but this was on the bottom of page 4. It was in the just right before the sources section. There was, I think it was one sentence that talked about the Bureau of Labor's Occupational Outlook Handbook, classifying EMS practitioners as EMT or BLS ambulance. That entire sentence was removed. When I looked back at the Occupational Outlook Handbook, that actually has been edited, so that was no longer accurate. And it now includes EMT and paramedic in that handbook, so that was just removed. That's it. That's all the significant changes. We did have a lot of really good input on this, and we appreciate the input. We've really tried hard to accommodate the input, and with that, I'd like to make a motion that this advisory be moved to final status.
Thank you. A motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second. Eric Emery. Any comments or questions from council members on the advisory? Yes, Mr. Washko.
I was wondering if the committee chair would consider a minor modification to recommendation number 1, the last sentence, or I guess it's only one sentence, where it talks about providing a mechanism to increase the reimbursement rates for EMS services. I was going to suggest adding based on the value the program creates or derives. So we're asking for more money, but we don't really say, kind of support that a little more, just based on, the value that ET3 creates should therefore generate additional dollars back to EMS. So would you take that under consideration, adding that?
Yeah, and that's actually a great call out, Jonathan. So, and I believe somebody had mentioned something about that word increase before. I think we meant to make a change there, but it just didn't get into this. And so we'll look at that, and I'll work with Vince, if that's okay, and come up with some wording that may not be increased, but just to look at, make it in line with the value added, something like that.
That'd be great.
I'm
Thank you.
happy to do that change.
So we'll take that as a motion to amend from Mr. Washko. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Baird. And the motion is to modify recommendation 1 to essentially identify that an increasement in reimbursement rates for EMS services would be based on what value the ET3 reimbursement model brings to the CMS program. Okay, so any discussion or comments on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Yes, back to the main motion. Captain Tobin?
Thank you. Chief Gill, I just wanted to make sure that I heard what I thought I heard you say. In recommendation 3, I thought you said you were taking out the rural and super rural language. Did I not hear that right?
Yeah.
Because the copy that I have has that in there.
Yeah, who knows what I actually said, John? I might have said that. What I meant to say, if that's what I said, was to leave rural and super rural, taking out urban from that specifically.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Kramer?
Couple of points of clarification. As I understand the sense of the recommendations, okay, I'll back up a second. Recommendations 2 and 3, as I'm reading them, suggest that these activities would take place after the pilot studies have been completed. Is that an accurate interpretation?
Yeah, so the intent is not to change the pilot, whether it took place after it was completed or as it came to some point of completion along the project's path. That would be up to them. I wouldn't specify either.
Okay. Because then as I'm reading 1 and particularly 4, pardon me?
It's after the fact, right? 1 and 4.
Well, 1 and 4, as written, could be interpreted to read while the project is going on. And, y'all can certainly recommend that. I think you need to do that with the understanding that there will be tweaks to the project over its 4-year pilot study. But at least in our conversations with CMS, there are no plans to make substantive changes in the reimbursement mechanisms prior to the completion of the project.
Yeah, and my understanding of that's been very clear, been made very clear, and so I 100% understand that. So if we need to tweak some language in there that would make that a little bit more clear, I'm happy to do that. Our intent is not to change the project. I've been involved with projects that people have come in and tried to change. It's very disruptive, and so our intent is not to disrupt ET3 in any manner, rather to demonstrate support and then an ask of some maybe of the findings, some analysis at some point.
Ms. Montero?
Can I suggest, on the first page, with the paragraph starting on line 37, where it says NEMSAC recommends, you could say NEMSAC recommends upon the completion of the initial pilot project, the following add it there at the very beginning and stating that it would apply to all 4 of the recommendations. Somehow wordsmith that. So then we don't have to, would that help clarify?
Okay, so that's a motion to amend that line to say, to include upon the completion of the ET3 program by CMS. Is there a second? Mr. Washko, any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you. So we'll modify that, line 37, to include upon the completion of the ET3 program. That should clarify all of the recommendations. Any further comments or questions on the advisory as now amended? Dr. Fallett.
The only thing that gives me pause is that would give pause to even considering this until the whole project was finished. And I'm not sure if that was the intent of our group when we developed it. So I worry that then it will be ignored. So it's just a neat.
So perhaps it could read upon the completion of the ET3 program or sooner if deemed appropriate by Medicare.
Sure.
Chief Gale?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Some of the purpose of this advisory has already been accomplished, as there are some active discussions that maybe weren't taking place before. So I do like Dr. Fallett's suggestion, and I would like to word it that way if possible.
Okay, so that's a motion to amend our previous amendment. Is there a second? Mr. O'Neill, thank you. Any comments or questions on that? So it'll read, line 37, NEMSAC recommends to the FICMs, essentially to CMS, that upon completion of or sooner if deemed appropriate by CMS. And then the 4 recommendations would follow that. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. So we're back to the main motion to approve this to final status with that amendment. Any further comments or questions from council members on this advisory, moving to final? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Moves to final status. The next we have, the next advisory is from Adaptability and Innovation Committee again. This title is Rural and Volunteer EMS Recruitment and Retention. Ms. Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're submitting the advisory Rural and Volunteer EMS Recruitment and Retention for consideration of making it final on behalf of the Adaptability and Innovation Committee. As a council, early on, we felt that the issues in recruitment and retention of volunteer and rural EMS personnel throughout the nation is compelling enough to address. These agencies are really struggling in their communities, causing delays in emergency response and creating uncertainty for the future of EMS in these areas. The issues faced by rural and volunteer EMS agencies vary from area to area, so creating a single advisory that would provide direction for these agencies would not be feasible. What is feasible, we feel, is the ability to bring together subject matter experts to share best practices and discuss the root causes of the issues that they face. And with that said, our recommendation number 1 is we're asking, or we're recommending that NHTSA assemble a committee of subject matter experts to identify root causes that impact the ability to recruit and retain rural and volunteer EMS practitioners, and also study successful providers to identify best practices. Our second recommendation recommends that NHTSA publish the findings of the SME panel into a resource manual or toolkit for use by rural and volunteer EMS providers for the purpose of improving their recruitment and retention efforts. The resource manual or toolkit would be made available electronically for nationwide dissemination throughout the EMS community. Our committee would like to thank Mr. Dave Finger of the National Volunteer Fire Council for his contributions and technical expertise towards the development of this advisory. And so with that said, I'd like to make a motion to move this to final.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve this to final, second by Mr. McMichael. Is there any comments or questions, Dr. Fallett? Oh, caught you. Any comments or questions from council members on this advisory moving to final status? Yes, Captain Tobin.
Just a question on the word, so down in the first recommendation and then again in the second recommendation, the word study successful providers, are you using that as agency? Like a,
Yes.
you know what I'm saying?
Yes, it was
So
suggested that.
is provider the best
is
word for that?
That was the nomenclature that we were given
Okay.
on that.
No, no,
I
it's
do,
providers because they know
throughout though,
agencies.
I do switch, in what I've said this morning, I do switch between agency and provider just because in my mind, it's agency, but I know that we're using.
We have a glossary
provider.
now, yeah, so
So,
we'll modify
sorry-
that.
Sorry for the confusion.
A good catch, Captain Tobin, thank you. Any other comments or questions from council members on this advisory moving to final status? Mr. Emery?
So I just wanted to reach out, because I think EMS retention, or recruitment and retention is a problem no matter where, whether it's volunteer or paid or fire or whatnot. But, you know, I live and breathe this right now with rural retention and recruitment, and I think the same thing for Mr. McMichael from the volunteer side. And I think this is a pressing issue that definitely needs to be looked at quickly, because we're losing volunteer on a daily basis. I mean, it's just a huge amount that's being lost. Mostly because they're, you know, they're volunteers and they have a full-time job. And second is a lot of them are aging out. They're getting older. Their volunteerism isn't there anymore. And I think I can speak from the tribal side too. You know, we have a lot of older EMS professionals that are, you know, just becoming to the point in their career where they no longer want to do it anymore or no longer can, and there just isn't that workforce to step in and follow them.
Thank you, Mr. Emery. Any other comments or questions from council members on the advisory? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The advisory moves to final status. The next advisory I have is from Profession Safety. The title is Mental Health and Wellness for the EMS Provider and Their Partners in Public Safety. Mr. Powers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank my committee members, Mr. Garrett, Ms. White, Mr. Tobin, and Mr. McMichael, on both of these that we're putting forward to you today. So the first one, mental health and wellness for the EMS provider and their partners in public safety. We've been talking about this just like the presentation that we had this morning, that, you know, people do work in high stress working environments, and the mental health needs are gaining traction and being met, but not completely there. So part of our willingness to try to get this moved more forward and more out there for agencies, et cetera, is one recommendation that NEMSAC recommends that NHTSA convene and fund a summit on the subject of EMS provider mental health and wellness, inviting federal and non-federal stakeholder experts from EMS, public safety, military medicine and mental health, as well as non-traditional partners that you can all read in the first recommendation. And part of that, we do have 7 key areas that we would like to cover in that summit. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to move this to approval of final status.
There's a motion to move it to final. Is there a second? Mr. Garrett, thank you. Any comments or questions? Mr. Garrett?
We need some of the wording changed to match up with our glossary in this. That's an oversight, I apologize. We need
No
to
problem.
change things to practitioners.
We'll do that in the editing process. Appreciate that. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council members on this advisory? Mr. Baird?
Just a quick comment in the summit topics, which one of them, I'm trying to find the number, it references a national data set. Probably good for the chair to cross-reference the advisory we just passed from the other committee to make sure that, that language kind of all lines up.
Yeah, so number 3, there on the summit topics is NEMSAT recommends data collection system in conjunction with the advisory titled Office of Emergency Medical Services as a central repository. So it's there.
It's there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
it's in
added that in
recommendation.
from last time.
Thank you.
Right.
So, and
It's
we
in
want to make
recommendation
sure that
there.
that one
Sorry.
passed first because it would be awkward if it didn't,
Yeah,
so.
just wanted to,
Anyways, all
Very
right.
good.
It's
Thank
there.
you. Any other comments or questions from council members on this? Any comments from NHTSA? You're okay? Okay. Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any opposition? I'm sorry, any abstentions? Thank you. That advisory moves to final status. The next advisory we have is also from Profession Safety. The title is Mitigation of Direct Violence Against EMS Professionals. Ms. White, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, our committee has worked on this for a couple of sessions, and we would like to bring it to final, I believe, with the chair's approval, pending a couple of typo, kind of finish the sentence kinds of things. Also, I would, we recognize that there are many folks across the United States who are doing work in this area, and we also thank Joseph Zelkin from Wake EMS for his input with us in our committee meetings and other for this. And so with that, what we had recommended was that there be a national summit. And here's one of the places where the words are missing, that NHTSA should, and I would defer to you, either consider or support or host or whatever is the preferred verb there, a summit, a national summit to engage stakeholders and all the interested parties across the workforce to come together and discuss the issues and what can be done. And the second recommendation was that that NEMSAC convene a subcommittee after the summit to discuss the product that was the recommendations of the summit and come up with some educational activities or toolkits or whatever it is that was decided during the summit, and make those available, and also report back to the committee, NEMSAC, about the progress of those activities. So with that small change in the, and again, your prerogative, how you want us to word that, whether we're hosting or considering or whatever that is on that first recommendation. There's also a sort of incomplete part on line 195 of my copy, which is item D in the reference material under crosswalk. So that is also another place where we'd like to formally recognize Mr. Kay's advisory on integration and technology. That NHTSA Office of Emergency Medical Services should be the central repository for all EMS provider safety and wellness data.
You've tied that back to integration and
Right.
and technology.
That, just to
Mr.
comment
Carter.
on that.
Correct?
So, yeah, so the updated copy does have under B, recommendations, actions, strategies, number 4.
Number 4, right?
Okay, great,
Yeah, we're there.
good.
Okay,
And
so
so
there's
with
a-
that, I would like to make a motion to approve this as final.
Okay, thank you. Ms. White makes a motion to approve this to final status. Is there a second? Mr. Kay, thank you. Comments or questions from council members on this topic? Chair would just suggest use the word convene in recommendation 1. It's
okay.
used in several of the other advisories. It just keeps it consistent.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Dr. Kramer?
In recommendation number 2, convene subcommittees, are those subcommittees of NEMSAC?
I guess we didn't discuss exactly who that would be. It's been a while since we revisited this, but I would imagine that, it could be possible to find volunteers from the summit that might be interested in doing that work. Is that too hard to corral? Should it be from NEMSAC?
Does NHTSA have a recommendation about the recommendation?
I guess I need a little bit of guidance on who you want to bring together and what
For
you
the
want to
summit
accomplish. I mean,
or afterwards?
We don't have subcommittees.
Oh, yeah, that's the word, yeah, right.
It's
A
unclear to me
group of
how
interested parties.
how you want this.
So the question at hand is, NHTSA's asking the use of the word subcommittees in recommendation number 2. Is it a subcommittee of NHTSA, which doesn't exist? There's no subcommittees within NHTSA, and there's no subcommittees within NEMSAC, although we could create a subcommittee from a committee on an ad hoc basis. So the question is, what was the intent of the committee? With who did you want to be convened after the national summit?
Matt has, I think, a comment.
Mr. Powers?
Yeah, so I'm thinking what would be maybe cleaner with this is we have our number 1, and then based whatever happens that comes out of that summit. So maybe if we just take out, maybe if we start number 2 with we believe a shared vision and interagency collaboration regarding strategies will result in the identification of best practices with the 5 bullets down. Leaves it kind of open to how we move forward in identifying if it needs to be ad hoc, et cetera.
So Chair's comment would be, it's better, I think, to give more specificity in some cases to NHTSA, and I think it would probably be good if we could figure it out today, how the council wants to recommend to NHTSA what to do after the national conference or the national summit. If you want NHTSA to convene a group of subject matter experts on the discipline of how to create these kinds of toolkits and pathways forward, you might want to say that. If you did want it to come back to this body, NEMSAC, and have subcommittee created here, you could recommend that. But I think it's probably a desire to identify where these groups of people you're calling subcommittees would come from. I'm sorry.
If you were envisioning that this would be a work product out of the summit.
Mm-hmm. Right. So just make that
then
clear that the
maybe
summit, that a
we
part
make
of the
that part of
summit
the summit.
is to develop these tools or, yeah.
Right, we know it's coming from the summit, and I
Right.
think Dr. Kramer's comment's good. It could just simply read, convene subcommittees from the summit,
Okay.
from the summit attendees or something like that. Sure. Mr. O'Neill, did you have a comment? Okay. Mr. Washko?
Yeah, I'd actually probably recommend that, the work from the summit should maybe hit those 5 points, but then the recommendations should come back to NEMSAC, so then you could formulate additional action items back to NHTSA and FICUMS. That way there's a clear pathway to take that work and expand upon it. Like if there's a toolkit or something like that, because if not, we're going to do a lot of research and get a lot of great ideas and then maybe not have a conduit or a pathway to move that forward.
The summit should
Right. So-
address these 5
So
issues.
this-
Right. Right. So perhaps what we can do is just simply merge 1 and 2, recommendation 1 and 2, take out the preamble to recommendation number 2, and just add a line at the end of recommendation 1 that says the summit should concentrate on at least the following items, and then list the 5 items that are bulleted under recommendation number 2, and then perhaps you could then have a recommendation number 2 that says NHTSA shall report back to NEMSAC on the findings of the summit in those areas. If your desire, Mr. Washko, is to have a report back to NEMSAC.
Yes, that would be the amendment I'd request.
Okay.
Got that?
Then we also need to change recommendation 3, just to.
It would
It's a
be the
should
report back, it would
back.
just, yes, right.
Get rid of the monitoring of subcommittees.
Right. Okay, so we would also then amend recommendation number 3. We don't have to have the monitoring of subcommittees,
Just a report back to
just a report
NEMSAC.
back to NEMSAC.
Right.
Report back to NEMSAC, okay, on a semi-annual basis.
On this, okay.
Okay, so,
Got that.
right, so the amendment to the motion that we're looking for would say, changing recommendation 1 to have the word convene a national summit at the beginning, and to include a sentence at the end that says the summit should focus on at least the following 5 topics, at which point the 5 bulleted points would be listed. We would eliminate the narrative or the language of recommendation number 2 prior to the bullets. Recommendation number 3 would then say NEMSAC recommends that subsequent to the summit, NHTSA should report back to the NEMSAC on the findings,
Mhm. On a semi-annual basis.
for consideration by the NEMSAC. Something along those lines. Is there a motion to make that amendment? Ms. Ehlers, thank you very much. Is there a second? Ms. Lavoga, I'm sorry, thank you very much. Is there any comments or questions? Mr. Washko, another one, or are you done? Okay.
Much better, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sure, no problem. We'd like to do this on the fly. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. So back to the main motion now with those amendments to approve this advisory to final status. Is there a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, there is a motion and a second. Mr. Kay, you have a comment?
No, this is the motion, making the motion to move it to final.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any other formal comments or questions? Thank you. All those in favor of moving this to final signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The next advisory is from Preparedness and Education. It's titled Pediatric Emergency Care Coordinator for Emergency Medical Services. Ms. Lavoga.
I'm going to defer to Dr. Fallett and Dr. Adelgeese, starting with Dr. Fallett.
Thank you.
to give us
Dr.
an
Fallett?
update.
So this is not substantially different than what you've seen before, with, except for 2 items. The first is that the recommendation used to say that the DOT, NHTSA, and FICUMS would continue to support the EMS for Children State Partnership Program. And we've changed that to support and promote because it's more of an action than passive. And the second is on page 2. We've added 2 salient, recently published references. One was a joint policy statement that speaks to the importance of pediatric readiness in EMS systems, which is new reference number 7. And the second is a technical report about the importance of the pediatric emergency care coordinator within each EMS service, which is reference number 8. And the other references have been adjusted accordingly. We'd like to move this forward from interim to final.
There's a motion on the floor to move this advisory from interim to final status. Is there a second?
Chair, can I
Yes.
just ask if Dr. Adelgeese has anything to add to that before we do that?
I'm on the, yes, I'm on the call. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The motion's been seconded by Captain Tobin. Yes, Dr. Adelgeese, your comments?
No, I just wanted to make the comment, and unfortunately the YouTube is behind the call, so I can't tell where you are. But that being said, I just wanted to point out, in case Dr. Fallett didn't, because I missed all of what she just said, was that the policy statement does not directly address PECs, and therefore the role of NEMSAC in putting forth this advisory is a very important thing nationally to assist HRSA and EMS for Children and others. And so I just wanted to kind of say that we're grateful for the support from NEMSAC should this be approved as final.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to move this advisory to final status. Is there any comments or questions from any council members? Mr. Washko, your card is up? No? Any comments from NHTSA? Nope. Thank you. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. On my list, that completes those advisories moving to final status. We have 3 advisories coming up. This will be the first time we'll be taking action on them. They'll be moving to interim if the council so desires. The first one is from Preparedness and Education. The title is EMS Resource Allocation and Distribution During Disasters. Ms. Lobogo?
Yes. The copy that you're looking at says final. I apologize. We're asking for it to be moved to interim. The advisory identifies the need for comprehensive plan of coordinated collaboration between EMS hospitals and emergency management organizations for resource allocation during disasters. We were holding off to listen to the presentation by Mr. Green from ASPR, and we were going to determine whether or not we wanted to go forward. And we decided we did indeed want to go forward because he acknowledged that there were still challenges in collaboration and coordination. And so with that, we just added one paragraph at the end of the executive summary, and I just actually tweaked it for grammar. The old statement says, working on current structure of the federal healthcare preparedness program, and I just tweaked it to say this advisory will build upon the current structure of HHS ASPR and encourages the development of a healthcare coalition to increase EMS participation. And after having listened to Mr. Green's presentation, we tweaked the recommendations from 4 recommendations to 2. So we now have 2, and we're asking that NHTSA recommendation 1, work with private and public stakeholders to disseminate and implement best practices using proven methods, including improvement science. And recommendation number 2, NHTSA unify ongoing efforts among local, state, and federal agencies to ensure EMS is optimally included in all preparedness planning and resource allocation in coordination with ASPR. And then some of the other changes, and we thank Ms. Montero for assisting us with this, are in the references. She just helped us to tweak them to what NEMSAC wants us to do, NHTSA wants us to do, so.
Okay. That's a motion, Ms. Lobogo, to approve to interim status. Is there a second? Ms. Knight, thank you. Any comments or questions from council members, NHTSA, on this? Dr. Kramer?
Yeah, I think because both of these recommendations really apply directly to ASPR, I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to say FICUM's working with HHS ASPR. It sort of cuts out the middleman because currently you're recommending to us to work with ASPR to do to do these things, and I think at the FICUM's level, recommending that ASPR do those things would probably be more appropriate.
Is the motion and the second okay with changing the recommendations from going to NHTSA to going to FICUM's directly in cooperation with ASPR? Dr. Telick?
Just a question, John. What you're asking for there makes perfect sense, but is there a benefit to the NEMSAC encouraging NHTSA to nudge ASPR along, in the positive directions, I guess, as per the advisory?
Oh, gosh. The workflow that we have had with ASPR, both historically and recently, is that as it relates to preparedness and disaster response activities, ASPR really is the focal point for that. We work with ASPR, we have conversations about ways to try and suggest EMS be more closely involved, you know, it really is ASPR's responsibility.
Okay, thank you. Mr. O'Neill? You're good? So the motion and second have agreed to the change. The recommendation will go directly to FICAMS in cooperation with ASPR as opposed to NHTSA. Any other comments or questions from council members on this advisory, moving to interim status? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? And any abstentions? Sorry. Hearing none, thank you. That moves to interim status. The next advisory that we're requesting interim status on is from Adaptability and Innovation, and this one is titled Telehealth as a Strategy for EMS Care. Dr. Fallett, you're presenting?
So the initial version in the book has been modified upon comments from Dr. Kramer, and I will try to capsulize those. First, I would just like to point out that there is a difference between telehealth and telemedicine, and those recommendations have come from CMS and have been referenced in the introduction so that people can orient appropriately to what we're actually saying. The three recommendations include that there should be an expansion in the EMS environment of telemedicine through telehealth services. The second addresses places where video fails or is unavailable, so that we're actually starting to collect information on telemedicine just by audio means. And the third specifically relates to FirstNet in their current capabilities with cell phone carriers because of the limitations in terms of how telehealth can be provided. The changes are, first on page 4, there is some editing as it relates to FirstNet and what is actually meant by the limitations. So FirstNet, if you go to their website, has, and if you remember, they gave us a presentation at the last meeting, have the central core, which separates the public safety traffic from the commercial traffic. And they're apparently the only ones who have this core. And they have a relationship now with AT&T. The problem is that AT&T is not providing service everywhere. And so if you look at the vignette that I provided, at Dr. Kramer's advice, have added some additional information, who it came from, when it came as a personal communication. This is the director of a small rural service in Iowa, and it provides specific language about how this is not a capability that extends everywhere, at least right now. The other things that Dr. Kramer brought out, I think were mostly language editing and tweaking, which I've taken all of those into consideration. So what we'd like to do is move this from draft to interim status.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor by Dr. Fallett to move this advisory to interim status. Is there a second? Ms. Montero, thank you. Any comments or questions from council members or NHTSA on this? Mr. Washko.
Yeah, I just this is great work, and I agree very strongly in this particular advisory. So the committee's aware, we have been accepted and are under revision with Annals of Emergency Medicine on a research project associated with understanding the differences between telehealth and telemedicine and its impact on outcomes with patient care and decision-making for transportation to the emergency department. That I think will be, hopefully, if it's once published, will be very relevant reference material for this and give you some evidence to add more strength behind the recommendations. So just hopefully it'll, before we go to final, next cycle, it should be, I'm hopeful it'll be out. So.
That'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Washko. Any other comments or questions from council members? Any comments from NHTSA?
If we could focus on recommendation 3 for just a minute. Question of clarification. The second sentence, extending coverage to multiple cell phone carriers, is that we should work with FirstNet to do that?
Yes,
Well,
I think
there are
that
some
will-
folks that are saying yes and other folks are saying no. We cannot. That is, FirstNet has an exclusive, AT&T has an exclusive contract to provide the FirstNet capabilities. So at least for the next number of years, and I don't remember exactly how long it is, FirstNet can't and do not plan on working with other carriers. This is an exclusive AT&T relationship, at least for the foreseeable future.
So does that mean we need to strike recommendation 3, or could we eliminate the first sentence in
Well,
recommendation 3?
I can tell you that we've had multiple conversations with FirstNet about the tie-in with NG 911 and reflecting some of the concerns, particularly in the rural environment. So that's sort of an ongoing activity. I've not had conversations, but it's my understanding that at least one other large national carrier is looking to develop a system similar to FirstNet without the preemption capability. But to suggest that FirstNet work with other companies just can't happen.
The suggestion I would make, we've been doing a lot of work on this because we even have trouble in the urban areas. And hence why we're trying to show that the telehealth still works. Actually, the other cellular carriers, Verizon and I believe T-Mobile, are building similar type of preemption class of service for public safety, basically to compete with AT&T FirstNet. And in the rural areas, there are now emerging technologies coming out that look at all 3 carriers in a single device, and then optimize the carrier based on signal strength and throughput to basically solve for some of these issues. It's still emerging, it's not out yet, but it's coming. So I don't know if we could modify or amend the recommendation to maybe talk about those technologies to fill the shortcomings until FirstNet is built out into the rural areas, which I believe is also part of the FirstNet plan, but it's going to take time.
So Chair would suggest the first step we might take is modify recommendation number 3 to strike the words in the second sentence on line 53 that say multiple cell phone carriers in. So the recommendation would then read, NHTSA should work with FirstNet to encourage prioritization and expansion of service capability to rural and underserved communities, extending coverage to the backcountry and in extremely rural areas surrounding the wilderness would benefit those who would not have access to medical help in these areas and improve the capability of point-of-care service. That would seem to address NHTSA's restriction of being really unable to work with, or FirstNet being unable to work with other carriers. To Mr. Washko's point, we may want to consider a 4th recommendation that requests that NHTSA consider other technologies or mechanisms that could be used to provide remote telehealth communication in these remote areas. I don't know if that's vague enough that it's something NHTSA could do, or it's putting NHTSA in a place where you're getting involved in another entity's jurisdiction.
Right.
Right. So forget recommendation number 4. And we're back to, thank you. And we're back to just striking multiple cell phone carriers in recommendation number 3. Is that acceptable to the motion maker and to the second? Thank you. Any further comments or questions on this particular advisory? Any further comments from NHTSA? You're okay with this, right? Okay. Well, you have to be, right? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? And any abstentions? Thank you.
So this is interim.
This is interim. And the last advisory we have for consideration is also an advisory going from draft to interim, so the action will be to make it interim approved. It's from the Equitable Patient Care Committee. The title is Reducing Social Inequities in EMS Through a National Out-of-Hospital Cardiac Arrest Registry. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this one is the last one of the day, I believe, and I believe this will only take about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Just a joke, just a joke. Reducing social inequities in EMS through the development of a national out-of-hospital cardiac arrest registry. We discussed this in committee, and I believe we discussed it in council several times in the past, but we've done some work on this, and the committee has actually done quite a bit of work on this. But we did modify the recommendations to NHTSA. They are at the beginning of, they're at the bottom of page 1 and roll over to the top of page 2. Those are really what we want to get out of this and what the deliverables need to be. So just a brief background is on the advisory. Science has shown that there are social inequities in patient care in nearly all types of medicine. But this advisory speaks specifically to social inequities in resuscitation from cardiac arrest and neurological outcomes from cardiac arrest. So then we go to head over to our recommendations to NHTSA to implement the recommendations and promulgate publicly, which implement the recommendations included within and then promulgate publicly for public relations outreach purposes. Number 2, advocate for a national cardiac arrest database that shall integrate seamlessly through a web service design with the existing NMSIS data elements with the addition of state mandatory elements specific to out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. You will notice throughout this document there is no mention of any proprietary cardiac arrest registry, and that was intentional. Number 3 is to promote a national goal for a 50% reduction in disparities in survival between comparable census tracts for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest within 5 years. Let me see. Number 4, promote a national goal for doubling of survival from out-of-hospital cardiac arrest within 5 years. That's for all patients, not just those that are identified as receiving disparate care. Number 5, at the conclusion of a 5-year period, NHTSA should convene a panel of subject matter expert researchers to review the data collected to identify strategies to reduce or eliminate inequities associated with out-of-hospital cardiac arrest survival. And number 6, review progress annually. So for the most part, the request is for NHTSA to advocate with their partners at FICOMS for a national cardiac arrest database that will be used to integrate NMSIS data and cardiac arrest data seamlessly, and the exchange of that information would be easy for researchers to gather and make quality improvement downstream for those patients that are identified as susceptible to receiving inequity in their patient care delivery. Entertain any questions, sir.
So, Mr. O'Neill, that's a motion to approve this advisory to interim status?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second? Second from Mr. Powers. I'll go to Mr. Garrett first. Okay. I'll go to Dr. Fallett.
I have 2 questions. One, is it cardiac arrest from all causes? And the second, is it cardiac arrest in all ages?
Yeah.
Sorry, answer?
That was the intent.
The intent was what?
Cardiac arrest, all etiologies, all ages.
All etiologies and all ages.
I'm not sure I see it in the advisory.
Right, so.
We could clarify that.
We're suggesting, again, this is interim status, we can take this back now for changes, so that should be clarified in the advisory. Mr. Garrett? I'm
Under-
sorry, yeah, yes, you were first, go ahead. My apologies.
Under C, scope of definition, can we reword compared to white patients? That just seems kind of.
What line are
Can
you
I
on,
res-
Mr. Garrett?
Can I respond to that?
60, I'm
So-
sorry, 64.
May I respond
Yeah,
to
several.
that, Mr.
You want to
Chair?
rephrase what?
Go from white patients.
White patients to
yeah,
what?
Caucasian,
White?
maybe?
That came from the IOM report.
So it's
and
in- okay.
Correct. It's a reference from the IOM report, which is from 2015, and it does not read very well. I
Yeah.
grant you that, so perhaps we could do a little wordsmithing to make it come out a little bit less harsh, but that is directly from the IOM report.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Talik?
Why wasn't CARES mentioned specifically, since it currently covers upwards or towards 40% of the U.S. population as the
Dr. Kramer can answer in more detail, but I think NEMSAC was advised that we could not recommend or specify a particular product, that it was proprietary. But Dr. Kramer, did you want to?
Wouldn't call it a product.
That's it.
Is that a product?
Can
John?
Can I add to the answer?
Yes,
May
it
I?
is.
Ms. White, did you comment?
Also,
Just by way of clarification, there currently exists more than one pre-hospital registry. So you can't specify one over another.
Okay, thank you. Ms. White, comment?
so we sort of, this advisory didn't get as much committee time as it should have, and so we apologize for that, but we have a clear idea of where we'd like to go. We just need a little more time to make it stronger. To go to interim, do we have to move for some amendments, or can we just make those in the next iteration?
The motion and the second can modify their motion to accept comments from council to take back to committee to modify.
Okay.
We can do it that way. It's probably the cleanest way, because I think there's going to be quite a few
Yes.
comments, and rather than have an amendment for every one of those, I think we'll
Right.
have an omnibus amendment at the end that will say, based on discussions, committee will consider these requests for modifications, okay? Chair has a few as well. Dr. Taylor, I'm sorry, Captain Tobin?
I just wanted to clarify, recommendation number 4, promote a national goal for doubling survival from hospital cardiac arrest within 5 years. So is that, I think we just need to specify, are we trying to double the national goal? Or are we trying to say, Seattle Fire Department needs to double their, everybody, whatever you're at now, you have to double it? Because that might not be possible.
That's a good question. Ms. White?
That's one of the issues that I'd like to take back to our committee, because I think it's, goals are great, but I don't think that was really the point of the advisory, so I'd like to discuss that in committee with the folks.
Yes, Dr. Kramer?
Yeah, if looking at it from our perspective, this advisory really is addressing two separate issues. There is an issue of a pre-hospital cardiac arrest registry, and there is an issue of improving overall outcomes on a national basis from cardiac arrest. The implication, starting with the title and throughout most of the document as it currently exists, is that establishing the pre-hospital cardiac arrest will improve cardiac arrest survival. And it will, but not through its direct existence. Having a registry and having better information will allow us to then address the issues that need to be addressed to improve the resuscitation rate. But it's sort of 1, 2 not equaling 3, or you know what I mean.
Yeah, 1 and 2
So
does equal 3.
I do think we need to clear things up a little bit.
Thank you. Mr. Washko?
I guess a couple of things. I mean, I believe the mission of this is that there's actually a third prong, right, which is to reduce social inequities. through the establishment of the database and then using the data from the database in order to be able to compare, and this was one of the questions, disparity within census tracts, comparable census tracts, to see, can the data be improved or not, or if there's a difference, and so on. The one question I had for the committee on recommendation number 3, it says survival between comparable census tracts, and there's an asterisk, but I'm not able to find the reference to the asterisk, if there was additional information, or was that just a typo?
That definition was not included. I'm sorry, Mr. O'Neill.
We just didn't get there.
Got it.
We just
Okay.
didn't get there. But the survival between comparable census tracts we added in yesterday because it was, we understand that there will be statistical differences in inequities in social groups, but also in geographical groups. So we want to ensure that the survival is being measured between comparable census tracts of individuals. For instance, an ethnic individual that lives in downtown New York City per capita may be significantly different than someone that lives in rural Montana. So we want to ensure that we're encapsulating all the geographical geographical differences as well as the social and economic status. We'll put that in the asterisk in the next version.
So I'll take Chair's prerogative. I have several additional comments to make. Might I respectfully suggest that we consider the second and the motion withdrawing? I think we're accumulating quite a lot of additional work that has to be done, and it might get a little bit too complex for council members to begin to track each and every one of these things and come out with a clean advisory to move to interim. I know it's only interim, but moving something to interim status does mean that we're almost there, and that it's meant to give council members another period of time to consider the work product for any final kind of changes. So Chair would ask that, but Ms. White, go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you for that. We understand that this has been difficult. Our chair has not been able to, help us through. Mr. O'Neill just tried to pick it up and run with it, and it's been on the books for a long time, and we've worked hard on the beginning of it, but we do need time to follow through. So whatever the committee, or whatever the chair decides is the best status for this, I think we're fine with that.
Well, the second was Mr. Powers, so if Mr. Powers would withdraw his second.
Yeah, I was either going to withdraw or we just all vote no, so one or the other. But I'll withdraw, so
Okay,
that's
thank
fine.
you. The motion maker was Mr. O'Neill. All right, do you want to ask for another second, or do you want to withdraw? Okay, withdraw. So with that, the motion is withdrawn. This will go back to committee for further work, and hopefully at the next NIMSAC, we'll have an interim. I think that Chair and others would be willing to work with the committee. I have quite a few notes that I made last night and today that I think will be helpful. Ms. White, any more? Mr. O'Neill? Okay. That completes the agenda related to advisories for action. Okay, I have nothing else on advisories. Any other council members have anything related to advisories or on any issues that you're currently working on that have not been brought forward for advisory? Any asks you have or any issues or questions? Okay, yes, Chief Gale.
Just one real quick, please. On the changes, so there was a couple of changes on the ET3 advisory. Is your expectation for me to make those changes and send them to you?
Yes.
Okay.
And, I'll review them with my notes and with Vice Chair and with NHTSA to make sure we capture everything.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Kramer was up next.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I just
Mr. Kay.
want to take a quick moment, once again, thank Dr. Kramer and all his staff. Your staff is great. They, just everything that we need to, to do our job, they're awesome every time. Just wanted to take a quick minute and thank them.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that comment, and I have told them that occasionally. They remind me that I don't tell them that frequently enough, so I will share those sentiments. But yeah, I am truly honored to work with the folks that we have in the Office of EMS. Based on all the on all the advisories and the subsequent recommendations, if you all want to, and I'm kidding, but if you all want to come up with a recommendation that we need to double our staff and quadruple our budget, I'd love to entertain that one. A lot of, and again, you all have done a fabulous job, a lot of great work here. We support everything that you have been working on, with the caveat that it does put a lot of stress on the staff, and we will do the best we can to get all of these things done. Some of them obviously have budget implications that will take us a little bit of time to work into the budget. Thank you for your support, and thank you for everything that you do here. I do, to make sure that Eric doesn't go completely insane prior to the next meet, Eric and the rest of the staff prior to the next meeting, we are going to hold tight to the requirement that anything you want in the packet and discussed at the meeting, we'll give you the deadline date, but it will be a week prior to the meeting so that we can get all of the material to the publisher, and the publisher can compile all of the meeting material and get them in notebooks, rather than Eric and Kate and Sharon and me and some other folks putting them in notebooks the day before. We can't afford to have to do that at the next meeting, so appreciate your help in that.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Chair will make sure he reminds everybody several times before the next meeting. Ms. Laboga?
Yeah, just hearing what Dr. Kramer said about the tightness in which we have to work in the last 6 months of the term. There was an advisory that had been put into our bucket, preparedness and education, regarding 911 dispatch, I believe, and we were hoping that Ms. Bertram will be here so we could start to talk about it. We wanted to know, given the time frame that we have, should we have one advisory that's gone to final, one that's an interim, almost complete. We have the education one that we're going to work on. We wanted to know, should we, and I don't know what the council thinks, members of the council think, should we tackle that during our committee meetings? Should we wait until April to talk, or should we just push that issue to the next NEMSAC? I know she was pretty passionate about the issue, and I think members of the council had said we were going to work with innovation as well, so we just wanted some guidance on that.
So I think the way we look at this, and Dr. Kramer can certainly weigh in, is that while all of us have our terms coming up and will be over after the August meeting, some of us cannot be reconsidered for reappointment. Others who this is your first term can be considered for reappointment. So there will hopefully be some continuity between this NEMSAC and the next one. So my suggestion would be we continue to work on everything we're working on. We set our priorities based on, obviously, those that are in draft, ready to come to interim. Would be important to keep working on that. We have 2 meetings left. Those that we just passed to interim can come up to final at the next. So those, I think, would be at the top of the list. And then others that are new ideas, and we've talked about, we reviewed earlier in this series of meetings and last meeting, some topics and issues that have come up that we want to put on the plate. My feeling is you should continue to do all that within your committees. There's no reason to take a break and to rest, move forward. And then those of you that are fortunate to be reappointed, if you're asking to be reappointed, then you'll have that work done and you can continue on it with the next NEMSAC. I mean, that's the chair's response. But Dr. Kramer, your comments?
No, I would agree with that and ask that you focus primarily on the ones that we discussed today. Let's continue to move those forward and refine them. We will also work on a formal presentation for the April meeting on a number of 911 issues. Depending on how things flow, perhaps an update on the FirstNet activities. There are some updates that can be provided on NG 911 progress, and particularly on some of the emergency medical dispatching and tie-in issues. There are definitely some issues that need to be addressed, but work on it, but work on these other ones first.
Thank you. Mr. Kay?
Right after we, the old timers came onto this 4 years ago, we did an analysis for the, there was analysis of where all the advisories were in the workflow of NEMSAC. Would it be possible to do that again for our August meeting to see where our 4 years of work are in the process for the August meeting, which would be our final meeting?
Yeah, we'll ask, yeah,
Card?
yeah, a report card on how NEMSAC did and how NHTSA did, sure. We'll ask NHTSA to do that. Ms. Knight?
Is there a time frame to consider asking for reappointment, or what is the process for that, if you do that?
Yeah, the request for nominations has to come through a Federal Register notice. We're working on that, and I can't tell you when that will be published, but it's got to be within the next, hopefully within the next few weeks. So when the Federal Register notice is published, you all will be made aware of that. There will be a .gov delivery notification to the EMS community in general. But yeah, as soon as the Federal Register notice is produced, then the process starts.
Thank you. Ms. Montero has a few items to go over.
We had talked about getting all the semantics around getting the versions of our advisories to the NHTSA office, but also we want to talk about scheduling out the meetings and all of our teleconference time. We're using one teleconference line that will that's provided by the office that'll allow us just to have one meeting done at a time. So if we could put the date of those meetings into Basecamp as soon as that's determined, so we can make sure that they're not overlapping, and we can schedule them out to plan accordingly so we can get the work done between now and April. That would be great. The other piece that that we missed, and I apologize, is we did not add the term list to our packets, and I also will have that added to the charter if needed, or however, wherever else we feel that needs to be added in the other documents that we discussed over these last couple of days. And then I also wanted to also remind the office about adding the National EMS Assessment and Evaluation of the State Systems of Care reports to the agenda that Dia gave us a brief on yesterday for the agenda for next week. And then opening up and we usually do ask, are there any other agenda topics? I think we've hit on those and probably have already filled out that agenda pretty in depth for next meeting, but are there any other topics that we haven't touched on or acknowledged that we need to add to the agenda?
Mr. Washko.
Yeah, I would ask, although I saw it as a tab and we didn't get any update, but I would ask for a strongly the CMMI to please come next time and give us an update on ET3.
Yeah, we appreciate that suggestion. We had several conversations with CMMI prior to this meeting, and originally did have them on the agenda. They were very honest in saying there are no updates to provide. They don't have any more information that they can share than they did at the last meeting. So.
Yes, Mr. Powers?
Another agenda item that we talked about yesterday, Mr. Chair, and I spoke with Ms. Ehlers yesterday, is there's a concern out there with people that are multiple licensed, whether it be nursing, paramedicine, or certification of EMT, that travel between one jurisdiction, one state, and they end up losing a license due to a felony in one state, but then working in another one, et cetera. So we were going to work for next term maybe on a advisory on that. But I was wondering, since all of that falls into background, live fingerprints with the DOJ, if we can invite them, if it's possible, to a meeting to kind of explain licensing and DOJ processes and fingerprinting and any, concerns on the federal level when people are shopping around.
Certainly. The reason I'm pausing for just a second is, for example, if someone's got multiple state licenses and one of them is restricted or revoked, those are state issues. There's not a national process. Well, wait a second. Well, for states that have joined Replica,
Replica,
yes. But that's only, 18 states so far?
Not even 20, right?
It's the cross between like the nursing compact and like the replica compact aren't cross-referencing. It's the fact that I could be.
Okay, so what are we trying to accomplish by that presentation? I mean, what,
So if I can speak for Mr. Powers in the conversations we've had offline, there's some concern that there are individuals in the EMS environment, for instance, a certified paramedic or a licensed paramedic who may
Right.
be certified in New Jersey.
Right.
They're also a nurse in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, this Board of Nursing takes action against them for, opioid problem.
Right.
That information never gets to New Jersey. New Jersey never knows about anything, and then they're, continue to be a paramedic. And that kind of cross, where they hold different levels of practice, certifications and licensures, and they work in different states. And so I think the issue that came up from council members was, is there anything NEMSAC can do about that? Is there any path we can go down? Any kind of a recommendation we could put together? When that question was asked, the response I gave was, well, we have to do our homework and get background information. So we have to start to understand what is the lay of the land. What role does the federal government currently have, if any, in any of these things, in licensure of this stuff? And what is out there already in terms of databases like the National Crime Information Center and all these other kinds of things that are at the federal level that might be accessed to help in formulation of an advisory. So it was just really gathering homework phase. So the presentation generally would be anything we can think of that would inform the NEMSAC on this issue about what already exists in terms of cross-referencing, felonies and stuff with healthcare providers. I think just generally speaking.
okay.
I
mean, yeah, because when you mention the Department of Justice, the only thing they have jurisdiction over are DEA licenses. So. Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
Yeah.
Ms. Ehlers,
Well,
did
they-
you want to comment on this topic?
You did a very good job.
Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I mean, because, a lot of the live scanning processes, everyone has a DOJ number, so maybe more education of what, that is when they do the live scan.
DOJ number for what?
Each entity, like, let's say it's a state, when you go for your live scanning, you have a DOJ number that's specifically assigned, huh? Well, and that's kind of the purpose, is where are we in the nation when it comes to, that, so.
Okay.
We can speak offline
We'll
then.
We'll figure out, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
That's,
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, for the next meeting, if the staff doesn't have anything to do between now and then, it would be appreciated, I think, if we could get just a short summary on the meeting, on the events that occurred at the meeting forthcoming on the 29th on data integration. Just a follow-up from that meeting after it's occurred. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Ms. Knight, you had a topic that you had brought to my attention offline. Did you want to talk about that at this point?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to submit for council's consideration the topic of human trafficking. It's a worldwide crisis, and definitely in the United States, we have a significant problem here. EMS has a unique opportunity to intervene on behalf of the victims when responding to calls. And while I understand that some in EMS agencies or providers in various jurisdictions have some training on this, I don't think that it is nationwide. And I do applaud the ones that are already moving on this. So the potential that how we could approach this would be maybe two different actions or recommendations within an advisory, maybe training, recommending training for EMS personnel on the potential indicators of human trafficking, and then development of a process that would be jurisdictional in nature. We can just recommend that they develop one where the victim is encouraged to go to the emergency department, where there's a call ahead of time, maybe to dispatch, paramedic or ambulance dispatch, to let the emergency department know what's going on or what's suspected, so that there's automatic separation of the victim from the suspected perpetrator. And then also law enforcement and/or social services can be present, ready to go to interview the victim and potentially the suspect. So just wanted to know, is this a topic that the council would like to consider?
Council
Thank you.
members, comments? Yes, Mr. Emery?
Yeah, I think Lori and I had talked about this last night a little bit. But this is something that, especially in the Native American world, the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women Act is something that's on the Congress's plate for a while. And I just looked this up just to make sure I wasn't speaking on a turn, but I know it's passed the House and it's still sitting on the Senate. But this is something that's out there. It's been there for, especially within my family. My aunt, or my other mother, basically, was a proponent for domestic violence in women for years, and it was pretty much her livelihood. So this is a passionate thing for me, just because I've grown up around this type of work, and my aunt being very, very adamant in protection of battered women. So this would be something I would definitely stand behind.
Thank you. Dr. Fallett?
So it would come as no surprise that children are certainly involved in human trafficking also. And some of them are trauma victims. And so we have had actually a half-day session on this at one of our trauma symposiums. There's a lot to be learned, including that there is some potential harm to the victim if the perpetrator understands that they are actually going to see the police or someone. So there are ways to do this that are more appropriate in terms of understanding how to protect the victim. And so I think it is a very topical subject.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kay?
Mr. Ray Mollers came and gave us that presentation it had to have been about 3 years ago, and maybe we just need to, if it's possible, to bring that, whoever's in charge of that program now back to maybe give us an update on it. Maybe that'll help clarify some of the issues on this, or where the potential lies.
Thank you. So getting the sense that it is a topic the council feels is worthy to investigate? Is there any opposition to it? I would ask Ms. Knight to chair an ad hoc committee.
But before you go there,
Yes. I'll go right ahead.
Unbelievably important issue, and I'm not trying to minimize it. Having said that, there's a lot going on with a number of entities around the country. I mean, DHS and perhaps Ray's no longer there, but having somebody from Homeland Security come in and talk about the Blue Campaign would be helpful. This is where I'm wrestling with, and I'm speaking just from a personal perspective, with wrestling with what is valuable use of NEMSAC's time. And I've got to be honest, for NEMSAC to look at the human trafficking issue with all that's going on and making a recommendation that NEMSIS and NHTSA, thank you, and FICOMS, thank you, and FICOMS need to do this, that, or the other thing. Candidly, I don't think that's a real effective use of your time. You know, perhaps NHTSA could be more aggressive about working with some of the federal partners in educating the EMS community. And, you know, your point is very well taken, and I've made a note already. I'm just, and we will have somebody come in and talk about human trafficking at the next meeting. I just don't think that using your resources to investigate an issue that has a lot of information already out there, there could be better coordination without question. We can't provide that coordination. FICOMs can't provide that coordination. So I'm not saying let's not pay attention to it. I'm just saying, from my perspective, I think you got bigger fish to fry right now.
So I-
Totally acknowledging that this is a real issue. I mean, we had just anecdotally, family vacation last spring. We were in a hotel in a southern state, and a man and a woman walked in, a middle-aged man and a probably 20-year-old woman, who, based on a number of observations, the fact that he was never 5 feet away from her, the fact that she was dressed, the fact that she looked nervous. I watched them walk around the breakfast room and told my wife that I'm thinking about calling the police. She looked at me and said, "You're crazy." And I am firmly convinced that that young lady was trafficked. So I don't want to minimize the importance at all, and I don't want to dissuade you from doing anything. I'm not sure what NEMSAC can contribute to the issue right now. And, if there are other thoughts, please.
So I think the first step always is for NEMSAC to gather information. So I think it would be helpful to get an update from the various federal agencies on what's happening. And I certainly concur with Dr. Kramer in there's only so much that a group can do. But we are charged with a very big responsibility. So my suggestion, which typically is the same all the time, is if you have an idea that council thinks is important, let's investigate, let's do homework, and let's get a preliminary feeling as to whether there's really anything that we can bring to the table. There are certainly ideas that have come up over the various NEMSACs, which are important ideas, but when we do some research, we find out there's really nothing more that we could do. As a NEMSAC, there's no recommendation that we could bring to the table. On the other hand, there may in fact be something that we could do, but we won't know until we kind of investigate it. So, what I'd like to do is if Ms. Knight could, chair an ad hoc committee, that the first step is let's gather information, work with the Office of EMS and NHTSA to get the subject matter experts or the federal agencies that are involved in this topic, and let's do our homework first, have some presentations. Then your committee, Ms. Knight, can debate with all the other things we have going on, whether it's, you've got the time, and whether there's really anything of significance that NEMSAC could bring to the table. But let's do our homework first. So if you would agree to chair that meeting, I'd appreciate that, or that.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
This is Kathleen Adelgaze. So I wanted just to put out there real quick, also to Mr. Knight, I'm happy to participate in your ad hoc committee. Specifically, there is a national expert on this issue. Her name is Jordan Greenbaum, and she specifically addresses issues more along the lines of pediatric human trafficking. And one key thing to just point out to everyone, and I completely understand, Dr. Kramer, your point on NEMSAC's role and already expanding jobs and things that we're trying to do. With regards to kids specifically, often they don't know they're being trafficked because they're trafficking themselves. And in pediatrics, because they can't actually give consent, there's no need for force. So the actual federal laws around this are a little different with children. But anyway, we're doing some work locally in Colorado on this area, doing some screening and stuff like that. And this is a burgeoning area with a lot of information coming to the table very quickly. So I think giving the opportunity to really look through things and see will be very valuable. And I do also concur with Dr. Kramer that we may, as a council, may not be able to necessarily write anything on this, but there's definitely our ability to participate in other initiatives in this and learn more about it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Adelgaze. Ms. Knight?
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Sure. And the only other comment Chair would make is just, remember our charge, what our responsibility is as an NEMSAC, and that is to identify, investigate, address issues through advisories and letters that pertain to EMS. So there's a lot of issues out there that we would want to fix in our society, but it always comes down to how does it affect EMS, and what is it that we could recommend as NEMSAC for EMS pertaining to that particular issue. Now, two of the recommendations that you kind of, drafted quickly in your head were pertinent to that. They were focused on EMS, if it makes sense to do that. So we just have to, keep in our lane and make sure that we spend our time wisely, as Dr. Kramer indicated. And again, remember, our focus is issues as they affect EMS and what we can bring to the table to help that. Any other comments or questions or any more topics that you want to talk about? Okay, thank you. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Mr. Garrett, a second. Mr. O'Neill, thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Safe travels. Oh. Safe travels and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you again, everybody.
Sorry, I was just trying to
If you take it out. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to take all your paperwork out and you want to leave your notebooks, please feel free to.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah, it's good, right?
Good? We okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
I think I'm keeping my notebooks so I can keep my papers organized.
That's a good point. I take them home and I scan them into my computer. And there are only certain things I need. Actually, most of this is on
I
the
think it
website.
covers all of it,
So I really just need my notes. Okay.
which is just the truth. Like, it's all on.